damage here.
Oh, outstanding bowl from Gail Melrose.
Oh, does like it. Does like it. Yep, that'll do you.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Ka tuku mihi mātou a Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tai mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa broadcast of the 2025 Summerset Nationals. We started with the fours and we've moved on to the mixed pairs. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined in commentary for the next 3 days actually by Joe Edwards, which I'm looking forward to. And Joe, I'll get you to start off with just talking us through the teams that we're going to see for this match today.
Yeah, thanks Alex. It's a pleasure to be here. Looking forward to these mixed pairs. A huge field that's congregated in the Canterbury region, but today we're showing Shane Elliott and Maddie Elliott team from the Edendale Bowling Club in Southland. They're playing Murray Carter and Linley Carter from Queenstown of the Central Otago Centre.
And that's Maddie Elliott leading there. I noticed we've got last names, well, similar last names all over the place, and that is something we've seen. I think there's 70 married couples. Obviously, Shane and Maddie not married,
Definitely
but
not.
they are family, aren't they?
Yeah, husband and daughter, and father and daughter, and Maddie's only been playing for 3 years. Shane, on the other hand, been playing for 25 years. Has had a very good record down in the Southland region.
We were looking at the results earlier, so this is of course the second day of qualifying for the mixed pairs combinations, and the situation is that the Elliots need to win this game and the next game to qualify, and I believe or what can you tell us about the Carters, Joe?
Yeah, they've won 1 and lost 3. They were 2 up with a couple of ends to play and unfortunately dropped to 5. And just talking to Murray, and he said I threw up a short jack.
Oh dear.
Totally accidental and got punished for it. So so they're effectively out of the tournament, but I'm pretty sure that they would want to go out with a bang in this one and win this game.
It's a good start from Linley Carter. And the second bowl, just about. So the greens here at Fendleton look like essentially just a Maniatoto green all the way through with a small smatter of other bits and pieces.
Yeah, it looks to be running pretty good. I watched the first game here, and there are a lot of close bowls, which shows that the green is running pretty good. And he played at Fendleton quite a few times, and you know when you've played a bad bowl. So that's all you want out of a green. If you chucked it down the right line with the right pace, you're going to be close. So
they've played host to quite a number of international events here, haven't they, at Fendleton? When you walk through and look at the walls, they've got these photo montages. It seems like they were a popular place to be in the early noughties, sort of 2004 and through. Yeah,
we played the first day of the World Bowls Pairs here, Val and I, and they have been, played a lot of Asia Pacific games and Trans-Tasmans and everything here. They're a really good club, got real good volunteers, and it's a nice part of Canterbury region to play bowls. Yeah, he's got lovely grass. It's always a good thing first end to find the centre line. I think if you can do that, you seem to be able to jump onto your weight a lot quicker. If you're struggling for both, it makes for a very long game.
Yeah. It's correction time from Shane. I quite like this. So the way it's played, the mixed pairs is 2-4-2, which means there's 2 bowls played, then 4 in the middle, then 2 at the end. it allows for some quite cool heads in the middle, doesn't it, when you get those 4 bowls against 4 bowls?
Yeah, absolutely. I quite like playing the 4 bowls on the first end. It just gives you a real good opportunity to find the line and the pace. But I find it's a really good coaching game. You know, if you're playing junior seniors at your club, to play it, because, you know, both player plays all positions, and you know, you've got the senior player calling the shots when the junior's leading, so it's a really good coaching tool.
So you're essentially playing a game of 4s, but you've got twice the opportunity to be effective with your bowls.
Absolutely. And Shane under a little bit of pressure on this first end, 3 down, but still a lot of bowls to come.
Stalking after this one.
Needs to hang on. He's got pretty good weight.
Second. Third.
Southland accent coming out early. Third.
You'll notice that they do have stickers on the bowl, so the Carters have got the lilac stickers, and for Shane and Maddie we offered them the gold stickers, but they've got their Edendale Bowling Club stickers on the bowls anyway, so it's lilac, and then there's that. It's a mixture of colours on the Southland bowls. Bit easier in 242 because you've only got 2 sets of bowls to worry about. Lovely delivery.
Absolutely, isn't it? The point of release is pretty sweet. Steps down the line. He's going a little bit quick.
Good back there. Just your way.
A little bit of a handbrake back there.
Yeah.
Slowed him down.
So still 2 down on this head. Team Elliott.
It's a good start by the Carters. They've only been playing 4 years and 6 years respectively. Murray, he was a golfer, and that's why Lindley started the game, just to have her own sport, but pretty quickly I think Murray got addicted to the sport of lawn bowls, as many of us do. And it's the old, if you can't beat them, you join them, and then they've been playing together for a few years now.
It's not a new story, is it? You have a go, and how often do we hear, oh God, I wish I'd started earlier?
I'll give you the tip, Alex. I've never ever heard someone say, gosh, I'm pretty glad I was 65 when I started, you know. I waited till I was 60 or 65. If I had $1 for the opposite, you know, I'd have a nice little nest egg.
Yeah, you wouldn't be in commentary for Bowls New Zealand.
Of course I would.
So, Maddie here.
Oh, well, that's
nice
pretty
delivery.
sweet too, isn't it? First time I've seen Maddie bowl. She's a 3rd year bowler from Edendale, obviously.
Great effort.
It's one of the special things about our game, I think, is that you can get your intergenerational teams, and we see it at a lot of nationals where in the 4s we've had quite often 3 generations playing bowls, playing a sport together. I challenge you to find another sport where you can do that. It's quite incredible.
Absolutely. It's the sport. There's something for everyone. You know, whether you're just starting, whether you're a New Zealand player, whether you just want a hub to go to for some company. That's what makes the game so special. It's open for absolutely everyone. She's quick to judge.
You say quick again, and she wasn't wrong.
It's a good place to be in, though. I mean, she's only played it's her 3rd or 4th bowl, and she felt it as soon as she let it go. You know, it's when you let them go and you say to yourself, I have no idea. I have no idea if that's good or bad. So she picked it early.
Just wait for this bowl. There it is, coming on screen from the left to the right. And it's going to be 2 on the first end to the team of Murray and Lindley Carter. 14 ends, so they're reasonably short games, and one of the reasons for that, we were talking before the broadcast, Joe, we've had some ridiculous, like 274 mixed pairs entries. It's unbelievable support we've had from the bowling community, but it does mean that tomorrow, in order for the event to be finished at an appropriate time, we're going to have to play 4 games of section play. So 14 ends is a reasonable space. If you had more than that, suddenly tomorrow's 4 games, you could play 4 games and finish at 8:30.
Yeah, definitely.
Which no one wants, really.
And I mean, an end really taking like 10 minutes to play, so...
Lovely first bowl.
And I think 14 ends is long enough to, if you do have a rough start, you can get back into it.
That's sort of what we found with the 18 ends of the 4s. There's just about enough time for one recovery, isn't there, with these slightly shorter games that we play nowadays. 25 ends you can just about have. It's got space for two or three, sort of. It can seesaw quite dramatically, but your 14 or 18 ends you can afford to get down and have one go at coming back.
Absolutely. And with the 8 bowls that are available to you in this game, it leads for some numbers being scored.
Isn't it nice to see a bowl take a nice wide arc and come back to that centre line?
2 very good lead bowls by Murray.
That's what I miss when I've watched, because there's so much bowls available now for us to see. It's what I miss when I watch anything from the Northern Hemisphere or some of the domestic stuff in Australia on the slower greens. You're watching the bowl and I keep waiting for it to finish and it doesn't. And I keep waiting for them to take a nice green and they don't, because it's the slow greens. I don't think you can beat just how satisfying it is just to watch the bowls just drift nicely back into the centre line. So,
yeah, it is. It's funny. Obviously, in New Zealand we have the quickest greens in the world, and a lot of the Northern Hemisphere players can't get their heads around it. You've got to aim where to get back to the centre line, and so there is a lot more touch on New Zealand greens. But in saying that, when you head over to the Northern Hemisphere, it's such a challenge for the Kiwis and the Aussies. Everything changes. Your delivery changes, your bowls change, your shot selection change. But once you get that technique right, a lot more bowls are closer. And, at the end of the day, that's the name of the game, isn't it?
Yeah.
To see your bowl close to the little white thing. So once you get that technique, it's an exciting game to play, because the lead's changing all the time, the head's changing over. There's great shots all over the place. So it's just getting your head around it, really.
I did try once to play on a slow green when the Kiwis were over at Mount Tambourine, I think. And in my defence, that was a very slow green that Australia had prepared. It was slower than what the New Zealanders played on. I thought, I'll have a go at the lunch break. And it's very hard to explain, but it feels like you're playing drive shots, and you're lucky if you reach the jack. And my delivery, I learnt that day. I'll stick to domestic bowls, because it's just it's a different beast entirely.
Look, the first time I went on, a very good friend Andy Curtin had a bit of experience on the slow greens, and he said to me, get on a croquet lawn. It's probably the closest thing to the speed. And the first time I went out there, it wasn't even a long end, and I thought, righto, let's get the first one past, and you can bring it back. And the first one went about 25 foot short. Second one went similar. Third one was 20 foot short. Fourth one was 20 foot, same coming back. And I said to my husband, I think I'm going to pull out. I said, it's obvious I haven't got the strength to get it up there, but you go to a camp, you learn a technique, and away you go. And all of a sudden, when you get it, it's just like,
clicks in.
Wow,
So this is Lynn Lee. She's drew a very good shot. You can see the shot bowl with the lilac coloured sticker at 2 o'clock to the jack, and
she's pretty close again.
Oh, that's lovely.
It's very good bowls by both of them.
Yeah, be interested to watch. As we spoke about the Carters, so junior bowlers just out of juniors, and what we tend to see in bowls is it is actually an easy game, despite our best attempts to make it look otherwise sometimes. And junior bowlers tend to have really good ends, but often they have that one end where they're perhaps not quite as consistent. And the 5 that we spoke about on the last end, maybe that's what happened to the Carters. You just blink and you can drop a bundle.
Yeah, and they have a habit, and I know back in the day when I was a junior I was the same. You know, you spray 3 bowls everywhere and one goes plop right on the jack, and it's normally a very, very hard one to get out. But you know, these guys are setting up this head very well. Very, very good bowl here. For any jack movement, I don't think the jack's going back up the green, so you know, you're holding a really good 4 here. It's not to get too greedy and look after what you've got. She's closer this time.
Got to be in the area.
Oh dear, oh, that's rough. It's a good effort, good weight.
I suppose the positive for Maddie is there's now plenty of room. On the crossover, Shane will be thinking, worst case I'm dropping a 1 here, because one of my next 2 bowls is going to be within
you would
3 or
hope
4
so.
feet.
Yeah, she played it with such good weight that she stayed on as well, which is an art in itself. A lot of times we play it a bit too quick and lose the bowl. It's all about making the next shot a bit easier for your teammate or yourself, and if you can play with that couple of yards on, it's if you miss, you're in a good home.
Murray wasting no time in playing his bowl.
It's just a bit underdone on both here. Good sighter.
Lovely grooved action.
He's close. That's a good starter. If it's not shot at second, not a good bowl. So we're probably still three and a measure down.
Yeah, it's a lovely first shot, isn't it, to play in that skipping position.
You know, off centre jack too. It's first time played in off centre.
Not quite, nearly from Murray. It didn't miss by as much as it may have looked. I think still probably the one down to the bowl that sits at 4 o'clock. Just with the way our cameras are set up.
Yeah, he beats us by anything, and he'll have the shot here. It's just about not making too much of an adjustment. It's only a roll of a bowl.
He's got it out in the right areas. It's down to the speed now, as you said.
It's a big finish here. Oh, what a lovely arc that's got.
Beautiful. So unable, I mean, he didn't quite make it, but it was a lovely green. The players looking reasonably comfortable here, and it's 3-0 now to the Carters after 2 ends of the 14.
I was talking to the Carters before the game and talking about the live stream, and you know, not to be too daunted on it. It's very easy to say. I remember my first time on the camera, I was everything was worrying me. But nowadays, you know, the cameras are fixed, so they're not moving, they're not getting in your way, they're not in your eye line, and it's just to know that they're there, and not to try and block them out, because at the end of the day they're there, you know. So just embrace them, and said after 1 or 2 ends, you won't even know they're there.
Oh, that's good advice. And Lindley started off very well in this match. He's showing no signs of nerves.
She was a bit worried about standing in the line of the camera, and I know a lot of the viewers get a bit annoyed with it, but what you've got to remember is these guys are club bowlers that are coming to the Nationals. They've never been in front of a camera before. They've never had to worry about where they stand, and it's you get so engrossed in the game that you've no idea where you are, where you're standing or whatever. Great first shot here by Maddie.
Yeah, it's a beautiful bowl, and on the forehand as well. I'm not sure if we've seen that side of the rink played that often yet. She led off on the opposite direction as Lindley. And based on how well that went, you'd think that might be the side for her.
Not a bad line, but in saying that, this is the side for Lindley too. She started the game very well. It's all about trying to find the best hand, and whoever finds the best hand the quickest generally gets a bit of a head start.
Doesn't look thrilled with the bowl. Not
bad.
Sure why.
Crikey.
Oh, lovely effort.
Not bad at all.
In reality, she's only missed a perfect bowl by a couple of feet there.
Yeah.
Two nice clubs that these pairings are from. Obviously the Queenstown Bowling Club must be one of the most picturesque clubs in New Zealand. I've had a roll up there, paid my whatever it is to have a roll up, and you look around and there's water and mountains and beautiful gardens everywhere, and you think, oh, who wouldn't want to come and play bowls in surroundings such as this?
It's a stunning setting, isn't it?
Absolutely lovely.
And the Edendale Bowls Club in Southland, 28 players play out of the bowling club, and Shane was saying that very proud that 5 members are in the Southland rep team. 5 out of 28 are playing reps, and they've just got this philosophy that to be a good bugger first, and a good bowler second. And he said it's just really working well at the club. It's they're really encouraging people to play in the centre events and get them out and about and in the champs. And he said we're a little club, but we're moving forward together. So it's a pretty good philosophy, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a good system. Oh,
good weight.
Just underneath.
Good weight.
I could watch that delivery all day.
It's sweet, isn't it?
Something I find, we spoke about it, we watched the men's fours final with Mike Galloway as the skip. And when you play people with nice deliveries, it can be quite demoralising, because every single bowl they play, you think, oh,
it's going to be close.
It's going to be close. It looks good.
Yeah. Oh, it's textbook, isn't it? Always has been. He hasn't changed it over 25 years.
The area here from Murray.
Oh, it's a good home. Counting.
Beautiful position bowl, isn't it? As we know, Maddie's got the shot bowl.
Yeah, good second shot, isn't it?
That second shot at 6 o'clock is fantastic for the Carter combination. And Shane will be aware of that, so that's really where he's looking to draw the shot, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's that track. It's got a good grass out there.
It's legitimately pretty to watch. It's nice to see. That's a nice patient call from Lindley Carter. Sort of she's calling for position for Murray, and if he was to accidentally get the shot, that's a bonus, isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, they have got second shot, but the Elliott crew have got third and fourth, so really need another one close so that they can have a wee nibble with the Skips 2 bowls.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good home if you can get in there, Shane.
Looks easy.
He's got the weight. Beautiful weight. He just needs to believe his eyes. You've got to get it out there.
Such a good little mantra as well, I find, like having listened to yourself and some of the other players who've been in that New Zealand system, is like, believe what your eyes are telling you. And it's so true.
Yeah.
Because instinctively, and he's just a little bit narrow again, instinctively sometimes we just feel like, well, what, I can't need to take that much.
Throw it any wider. Well, yeah, you can. Yeah.
Believe what your eyes are telling you. That was a handy enough bowl there from Shane.
It's a very good home.
Be interested to see with how much conviction Lindley plays this. Sort of just half expecting a nice gentle draw on the backhand side.
Yeah, look, there is an option down that forehand too. You know, just to play with weight to the back blue. You get the bowl or the jack. But I think she is going to be playing that backhand, trying to get another close second. I think they're a couple, if not three down, so still on the tight side, but she's got a little bit of weight.
Could sit in for second. Oh, great try.
Good effort.
Throw on the wide side, Mad. You're getting to here. That's your jack.
Can see there's already been a lot of practice going to. That's
Very good, Mad. We're happy with that.
Let's talk about not judging your bowls as you're letting them go. Just observe and learn from them.
Oh, it's stopped. That's good. Right, so correction time for Lindley Carter.
She's got a bit more grass.
If it comes back, no.
It's
Sits this one square.
probably a good second now, maybe.
Shane will probably indicate for us.
Yeah, that's second shot, yeah.
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 You just draw to the head. So that second shot, you just draw into that bowl. If you beat that bowl, you're in.
Geez, I thought she was a bit on the wide side there, but boy, it came home.
Yeah, you could see in that previous shot that it was right on the centre line. This is exciting.
She's coming back. Just a little quick. Good effort.
Lovely try, and it's just going to be the one. You can see them in the bottom right of our screen. Yeah, just the one. So on the scoreboard for Team Elliott, they trail 1-3 now. We're on the fourth end of 14. As we relive some moments from that end. So a good leading end from Maddie. We've been a little disappointed with her first bowl, and then we saw so close but so far. It's an interesting way to watch your bowls with your arms crossed in the area from Murray. Great to have, as we've spoken about, these family combinations taking part in this Summerset mixed pairs. And it was on the board in the end for the Elliots. So Shane to go first on his forehand. Is that a shorter end? It looks,
Yeah.
here's the chalk marks.
Right on the shoulder. These are the lead bowls here. It's so important, as we saw in the both fours finals. Just the two winning teams there, the combinations just played it very, very well. Everyone knew their role, and everyone was happy to do it and they did it very well. Like the front two in Val's team were outstanding, and the front two in Mike's team were just, it just gives such a great platform for what's to come in behind, and the likes of Mike, absolute class bowler. He can just polish things off, but just so important that these first two bowls, the first four bowls are just in really good areas.
It felt like you were watching a proper game of fours, both finals to be fair, but the men's final, which ended up tighter at the end, it was all square at the end, but it was a nice traditional game of fours. All 8 players played well. If you haven't seen it, I recommend you can find it on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel, but totally a game of two halves, everyone doing their part.
Yeah,
it's just
really,
really enjoyable to be a part of that one.
Don't underestimate a lead's role. If you can find a good lead that loves doing it, wow, they're worth their weight in gold. It just sets such a good platform.
Something we probably don't see enough of nowadays, and Dave and I spoke about it in the fours broadcast, but is those specialist leads. I sort of feel as if we've lost it a little. When you join a club, you expect that, I'll start off as a lead and then I'll get promoted to the 2 and the 3 and the skip, and it's just that perspective, eh?
Yeah, it's sometimes it's not a promotion, it's, if you're good at what you do, geez, I'll tell you, you can go a long way.
Yeah, why is it a promotion to
is it saying
be in the skip position?
The skip's better than the lead?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a funny one. I mean, look, the skip has to play all shots, so it makes it a little bit harder. I'm not saying that leading's easy, but if you can just generally go up and down one side of the green, get your 2 bowls within a couple of feet, it's such a good steady platform.
And you'll have opportunities as well if you stick in that lead position. It's always felt like and you can have, don't get me wrong, there's longevity up top as well, but I've always felt you could be a good lead and stay a good lead for 20, 30 years.
Yeah, for sure.
And just find yourself really sought after and have a lot of success in that space. It's interesting that this is a short end, given that we know, and you can see just how short it is there. I wonder if that's alarm bells ringing for the Carters, or they've sort of salvaged here, but we spoke about their previous game. They were going along great guns and dropped that 5.
Yeah, you think there's a few demons there?
It would certainly be weighing on my mind the next time I was playing a short end.
Look, different rink, different team you're playing against. Everything's different about it. It's the sooner you just let those ones go, talk about just flushing them, moving on.
You don't want the scar tissue, eh?
No. It's hard enough anyway, the game.
In the area. Oh, beautiful bowl.
Good shot.
Pretty to watch,
Very
isn't
good
it?
Shot.
It's down to the speed here. We know that green will come back to the centre line.
Lovely track.
So it probably is the Elliots who hold one shot, isn't it, to that bowl to the left. Potentially 2. It's hard to see what's level.
But again, the last bowl of Lindley's, in that nice little holding pen, any movement of the jack, it's always going to play a part in the end. She's got 3 bowls within a couple of feet there. It's not bad, is it?
Right. How's the correction here?
It's not bad.
In the area. Oh, look at this.
Just got on the back of it. What a good effort.
It's a beautiful effort. And on the crossover, I would say it's at least 1 to the Elliots, that bowl that sits at 7 o'clock, and then a measure for shot between the bowl at 3 and the bowl at 9. So Shane just looking to draw as close as he can, do you think, Joe, on the forehand? Or is...
So, nice little toucher here would be worth a couple or three.
Just watch this bowl. Yeah, it's a lovely hand to play. It's on the 10 line. He's well overcooked it. But nice to know the bowls do come back. And so the head hasn't changed at all for Murray. Sullivan's bowl. Oh.
Yeah, nice little toucher here. Hide it away. Give Murray not a lot of options with his last bowl.
How's the correction?
Yeah, looks better. Looks very good.
How good is this bowl?
Oh, that's not bad.
Oh, well played.
Very good shot.
Murray wasting no time and getting down to business.
Don't muck around, does he? Oh, he knows what he wants to do.
Just on the wide side. Probably had nice weight for the shot.
Yeah, I think so.
And it's a 3 there to the Elliots on that match. On that end. So the score 4-3 now on the 5th end. Remembering that Shane and Maddie require this win. They're measuring. As I've said, it's 3. I blame Maddie for indicating that it was.
She was pretty quick to say it, but good on Lindley for measuring. That's one thing, one tip I can say. If you are, considering that it's close, just get down and measure it. What is it? 10 seconds?
Yeah.
Worst thing about it is you go into the next end, you go, geez, I think there was only 2 on the last end, and it stays with you for a bit. Just get down and measure it.
Just relive some moments from that game. This was a good shot.
Yeah, the Elliots played the end very well. They looked after what they had. They had some position bowls. They had the best back. All options were covered.
And this was the bonus here that was able to hold on. A lovely bowl because it made Murray's shot no easier. It just added a little bit of pressure, didn't it?
Absolutely.
Now I'm holding 3 instead of 2.
And if you're going to be trying to draw it, you've got 3 inches. It's a tough ask, but no, they played that end very well.
Leading off on the forehand again, coming in this direction. Slightly longer end. Keeps running it. It's outstanding. Go.
Pretty good. Maddie's won two club singles titles, senior, at the club.
Amazing.
Yeah, she said the highlight was probably the last, the club singles. It was her first club title, and pretty exciting for her as it, second year winning the club senior singles. It's a hell of an effort. So I had to prize that information out of her.
Sounds like a typical Southlander then.
Yeah, nice setup. All things are pointing down her line. Oopsie.
That was your fault. That was your fault, Joe. Oh, if it stays on the paddock, it's not the end of the world.
I stand by what I said. It was a good setup. No words are needed, though, are there? With that,
we love that as a broadcast. To be fair, it's nice to see. And I've always felt there's 2 types of bowler. You've got the ones who are brilliant. They're amazing with their body language, and you actually can't tell if they're winning or losing. They look exactly the same, and I respect that. No good for a broadcast at all.
It makes it pretty
You've got
boring.
no idea what they're thinking, and then you have the other type of bowler where it's a bit easier to tell. I know when I play a game, you just have to glance at me and you'll understand how I'm feeling about things, and it's just the way it is.
And I think I'm a bit the same. But you know what? Yeah, I don't have an issue. I know that body language is huge and big, and we all talk about it. I don't have an issue with showing a little bit of disappointment, as long as you can snap out
Move
of it
on,
real quick.
Yeah.
You talk about, putting all those bad bowls in a backpack and carrying them around. If you can, look, a little tap of the leg, disappointed. Right, next one.
Move on.
I'm all good. It's it just shows that it means something. You are disappointed, but you haven't carried it with you. Oh, it's got a bit lucky. He's running.
Oh dear. So we can see there, Matty said, not mine, because he's trailed it back to a bowl. That is, of course, Linley Carter's.
And again, just general play down this backhand for these guys, just crossing the centre line.
In theory, that short bowl is a lovely track, isn't it, to go around?
Yeah, it's just not in the way. People, say, "Oh, is that in my way?" Or do I have to get round there? It's like, no, play your normal line. The bowl will turn around it. Don't try and get round it, because generally you'll put weight on to try and get round it. The arc of the bowl, it's coming back from there.
Here we go. Prove us right, Shane. Hold a little bit. Yeah.
Perfection.
Beautiful bowl. What a shot. That is outstanding.
Very good bowl. Yeah, he wouldn't have been too happy with his first bowl. He was heavy and narrow. But he's just showed that little bit of touch.
Nice to recover from a bowl that you don't play as well as you think you should have with something like that, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Murray underneath it here.
Yeah, and again, you're just feeding that green.
This will be interesting. So this is what Shane can see from his end. Yeah. Again, in theory, he's put one bowl there. So can you just play the same bowl again?
Absolutely.
No reason why. Literally nothing's changed.
No, I mean, the jack has moved. Obviously got a toucher and moved it probably a foot, but he's only trying to beat the green bowl, back green one. It's we get focused on the little yellow thing, where really you're just trying to beat your opposition's closest bowl. So you can be, you can afford to throw it a smidgen wider.
How's his weight? His weight?
He's got under it too. What a good shot.
Oh, this is just outstanding bowling from Shane Elliott.
It's beautiful weight, and you get away with a lot with good weight.
Suddenly they're holding two very nice bowls.
He's got a nice track.
Beautiful line. Oh. Well, he's done it twice. Let's see how good Shane Elliott's memory is. See if we can see three bowls there.
Yeah. That was a pretty good shot by Murray. It's got a couple of thirds now. So that the one shot was potentially looking a little bit vulnerable.
Such a beautiful hand.
Oh. Perfect weight again.
So it is two shots to Shane. And Murray again using that bowl that sits, the short bowl that's at 2 o'clock is essentially your target to go around, and that's a poor bowl. He'll be disappointed.
Yeah, he will be. Like, you wonder, in his mind, was he thinking about under the green bowl, or if you're going to be under that green bowl, you need a little bit more weight.
Yeah, and suddenly you've let your bowl go and you haven't decided what you actually want it to do.
Happens so often, and you just, when it does happen, you stand there and you question your own intelligence sometimes because you just know. You talk about it so much, get one shot in your mind, and if you have got two shots in your mind, get off the mat. run through your options again. But it's a draw. It's down under the green with a couple of yards. I'm going to whack that. Just be so specific in the shot that you want to play.
Maddie reminds me, before she plays her bowl, of Sharon Sims.
Yes, very straight to
I
her
was just
target.
trying to think about who it was reminding me of, and that almost on the balls of your feet before you play the bowl.
Oh, mate, weight's all over it. That's a really good bowl.
That's a good bowl.
Really good.
She won't go wrong with modelling herself on Sharon Sims.
I was gonna say,
She won a couple of things in her time, didn't she?
You could do worse.
Yeah, she was very pre-shot routine was just immense for Sharon, and
I found the 2000 World Fours and Triples finals
Moana?
over COVID. It was actually, and fantastic games. But watching Sharon play, you go, yeah. Someone who has whatever it is.
yeah, she had it, didn't she? Yeah, still got it. Still playing a bit up in Palmy.
Make sure you get up. You set the shack and take it out. Good.
Right, so 2 down, and Murray just saying, just make sure you're past or through, please. So
Look, I quite like the idea of coming under the front green now with a couple of metres away. Their own ones coming up. She's got some good grass out here. Just a little too much weight to get around that bowl.
yeah, if she had gone underneath it, it was
Perfect
probably
weight.
about right.
Yeah.
And it's a 2. So extending the lead slightly, the Elliots, the team who needs this game to stay alive, leading 6-3 after 5 ends. And we're going to see some outstanding bowls on the replay from Shane Elliott. He was a bit disappointed with his first bowl, but these next 2, I mean, that's as good as you're ever going to see, isn't it?
Just
One around.
precision, wasn't it? Just around it, just under it with perfect weight.
Oh, just outstanding.
Made it look pretty easy, didn't he? This game is quite hard to play.
I swear. And even this final bowl of Shane's, I mean, that was right on track. He's maybe arguably,
a bowl wide.
Yeah, half a bowl
Yeah.
wide, that's all.
Yeah.
Settling in nicely. Have some spectators here at the Fendleton Bowling Club.
Pam Clark, sister Stu Butter. Lovely couple of people actually. Wouldn't meet any nicer ones.
I think it's a testament to the impact that Stu had on our game that we're still talking about. Stu, and we spoke about the DVD that he helped produce, the New Zealand Way. We think about actually when that was created, how far ahead of his time he was, and thinking about stuff like that when it came to bowls is quite staggering.
Yeah, and a very, very young Shannon McElroy and Joe Edwards in that video. But again, he just knew. He knew what he wanted. He knew the technique that worked well for New Zealand, and the one that could potentially be brought into other surfaces and other speeds of greens. And I know a lot of countries around the world watch that DVD and have based their trainings and everything on it, which is it's good and it's bad because it's made the other countries get a bit closer.
We should have kept it as a
better,
secret.
Yeah, make it a little home treasure. But no, just an absolute gentleman. That's all I can say. He was such a good coach, such a good person, and a pretty good. You could chuck a few good ones up too.
So Murray with a beautiful first bowl. It's interesting if we were to talk about this head, because he's got the shot, but you're almost happier to be the Elliots here.
Look, it's the worst thing that Shane could have done is put 2 bowls short. Any touch on that blue bowl, the jack's going to move, and I think getting in behind and just getting in that loading zone and behind now would be the perfect shot. And if you happen to touch the shot bowl, but that's not your agenda at the moment, just load up that 2 foot past kind of area and beyond. Then it gives Shane obviously will have last 2 bowls in this end. So it's just loading it up so that Shane can kind of pick his weight that he uses. That's a great shot.
Yeah, so continuing to look more and more lonely, that shot bowl of Murray's. I mean, you've got 4 bowls each. The Carters will be thinking, well, it's probably a temporary shot that we've got there. We need to get another one close. And this is in the area.
Yeah, run it out.
Beautiful green.
Oh, it's a good effort. Just need, if you're going to err on this end, you err past. There's only one way this jack's going.
I love this.
Terrible. Well, that'd be hard on yourself.
Should we get Maddie in for the commentary? We could give her a mic.
Absolutely. We should put a little one on her collar.
We wouldn't have to do anything,
No.
Joe. We could just put our feet up.
Yep. Look, she's laughing. That's brilliant. Sometimes you let one go and you think, who bowled that? It didn't come out of my hand. That's a good bowl. It's always heading out this right-hand side of the rink. Yeah, nice call.
It's good skipping, isn't it, from Shane?
Nice confident draw.
Wide,
Whoops.
maybe.
Outside edge. Whose bowl is that? Oh, that's not her bowl. That's not good. Oh, that's
Probably more a bit quick than wide.
yeah.
I think that line was pretty good.
And you can see that
My green bowl.
her bowl finished almost on the 2 metre mark. Still in bounds. So again,
Because it's not wasted.
could be worse, eh?
Yeah, it's definitely not wasted.
Careful.
Oh, it's not bad. That's a good shot.
That's a beautiful bowl.
Very good shot. Yep. It's just if you're a bit under, you're finishing a good home. Just that confident draw, 2 foot away.
Out smoothly that time, but
Not happy.
unhappy immediately.
The weight's pretty. The weight is perfect. And again, what a home it's in. She considers it a bad bowl, but you're not going to get everything that you go for, and it's just where they finish. So they play a part later in the end.
Hopefully I don't knock anything off the commentary desk. Can be a dangerous place to be sometimes. We've got so many things. Joseph, if anyone hears any noise, that's because I probably tripped over or knocked a monitor off the trestle table. Been very accommodating here at the Fendleton Bowling Club, as they were at Burnside. It's wonderful. Bowls New Zealand, of course, produce all of these games with the equipment that we have ourselves, and every year it seems to just we have more,
Get a bit more
stuff. It's quite a considerable amount now. I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 monitors in our broadcast room. And they're all doing something, so they're required, but very, very grateful to have the support of the clubs when we come in and say, well, we're actually going to take over an entire room of yours. But I think they understand, and it's cool to have these opportunities. Shane, what's he looking at here, do we think, Joe?
I think he's playing the same kind of shot. He's playing step down the backhand, just get onto the shot bowl. He could pretty much play with any weight. They've got the best back. Got a couple in the holding pen. They'd be unlucky to go down if he gets onto this shot bowl.
Got to be in the area.
He is just under. What a good effort. Lovely weight. Very good weight.
I'd be very interested to see if the shot bowl is hit, whether the jack ends up here or whether it's going to hit that green bowl on the way through. I'll be intrigued because there's a chance that the jack's going to move, isn't there? So the question is, well, where is the jack actually going?
Yeah, look, it depends how hard he hits it, I suppose, but he's definitely playing down that back end.
And they have got this whole space at the back where you've got chances to score.
He's got the inside edge of the front green one too. That gets him back down onto the shot bowl. Look, where it goes afterwards, no one knows, but I think you just try and hit it and see what happens. He's better, isn't he?
Oh, it's going to dive, isn't it? Oh, it's close.
He's touched. Oh, what an attempt! Oh, we're talking any more.
Oh dear.
Any more weight or any more line, and he's all over it.
That's not far away.
He's not going to play it for him, is he?
No.
Oh, good effort. So they've dropped a 3 in the end. So, everything was going towards the Elliots, but meanwhile, the Carters were just stacking some in.
Yeah. We'll relive that end. As you said, it felt like one of those ends where everything was setting up for Team Elliott.
Mm-hmm.
Even this bowl, lovely bowl from Lindley, you think, oh, there's a chance there for the Elliots, but the Carters did what they needed to do, and they just had bowls there.
Yeah. And
look how close this was.
Just any touch on that shot bowl.
That's that was nearly good. Nearly good. You sometimes wonder what you've done in this game to deserve the results.
Swings and roundabouts.
And the short end delivered by Maddie. Sorry, by Lindley. Excuse my, it's not even late in the day. I did only have one coffee this morning. So 6 apiece, and we're already at just about at the halfway mark. So the game's going past speedily. We're not sure yet who our last game is going to be, so we'll just stand by on that one. It was supposed to be a broadcast match between Peter Shane and Jill Fraser taking on Henrietta Scott and Hamish Wilson, but both of those teams, I believe, are comfortably through now into post-section, so they don't need to play that last game.
Okay.
So just stand by. It may be them, it may not be them. There'll obviously be teams here that are required to play, and as viewers would have seen with the women's fours, we switched the last broadcast game of that and saw Gail Melrose and her team take on a Waitanere Beach team who required the win.
Mm-hmm.
Very accommodating to those players were.
Yeah, that's good though. It'd be quite nice to have a game where both of them need it.
Just to know the stakes that are there. Murray. Oh.
Murray, he's like I say, a 4-year bowler. He's won 5 1-to-5 year club titles and a senior triples. And he also, 2023, won the Central Otago 1-to-5 singles.
That's a good one.
So, for someone that's only been playing 4 years, well, he would have only been playing for 2 then. It's a good effort. And his wife has won a couple of juniors. a fours and one senior singles. And last year she was very proud to tell me she won the Central Otago Junior Bowler of the Year.
Oh, that's lovely. Seem to have a lot of junior bowlers around at the moment. I think, particularly after COVID, when we were all allowed back out again, people were looking for things to do, and bowls is one of the sports that's benefited from that.
Yeah, and I think the format that they play here in the mixed pairs, it's more on the social side. Obviously, you've got some very, very good mixed pairs combinations here, but you know, if you want to have a bit of a holiday and play some bowls against generally a lot of other club bowlers, it's a nice format because you can't be too serious when you've both got a skip. So it's a different game and a different mindset when you play this type of game, but just encourages club bowlers to enter. And as it's turned out, 276 entries, which is just incredible. It's amazing.
It's more entries in this than the Open Men's National Pairs.
Yeah.
So I'd be comfortable in saying it's the biggest pairs tournament in the country.
Yeah.
And showing no signs of slowing down, really. Year on year, we've seen an increase. It's hooked onto the fours, which is quite nice, so it allows a lot of pairings to be made up. We've got 70... well, we've got 70 husband and wife combinations that have started the event.
Well, in Aussie, they do call it the divorce pairs.
We'll see. Hopefully we're not responsible for... take no responsibility for any divorces upon the conclusion. Have you ever played pairs with Dave, Joe? Has that ever been something that's happened?
Maybe not pairs, but I've definitely played triples and, been lucky enough to play with both my husband and my dad.
Oh, lovely.
Dad turned 80 last year, and we played the centre mixed pairs. We play in the club mixed pairs, so it's wonderful to be able to play with him, and he loves it. Loves the game. Plays in a lot of midweek interclub and all the club stuff. I don't know how he does it. Jeez.
Oh, it's a story we hear a lot. I used to play a few of the midweek. There's a lot of midweek bowls up in Auckland. A lot of clubs run sort of gala days. They're always full. There's people who play 4 or 5 days a week, as we see.
Oh, have a look at this.
Oh, that's exceptional. What a shot.
2 down to 2 up. What a shot.
Magic bowl. Goes okay, Shane Elliott.
He certainly does. Part of the winning inter-centre team back a couple of years ago, and he said, whilst winning it was absolutely brilliant, for the Southland team, he said it was pretty cool with how we did it. He said we beat the Canterbury team in the quarters, the Wellington team in the semi, and Auckland in the final. I mean,
can't take that away, eh?
Oh, So they've also had 1 second and 2/3 in the New Zealand Intercentre competition too. For a relatively small, although they do have a big number of people playing, but
it's a spread out centre, isn't it?
It's a huge.
When you think about Southland, they largely revolve around their sub-centres, which we don't often appreciate in other places.
Yeah. She's got the grass.
If this turns in time.
Just a smidgen of weight over, Look, it's not a bad weight.
So you're thinking if she keeps the same weight and is a bit tighter, you've got the chance of pushing the jack almost directly back to Lindley's last bowl.
But now, she's got a bowl and a really good home to be able to play that same weight. If you get onto the shot bowl.
Her bowl hasn't finished yet, team.
And again.
She took a nice screen and went past the head.
That's what he was making me do.
This is one of the scenarios where you're probably better playing a little bit over than under. Last thing you want to do is get the bowl just onto the jack and turn it over for 3 down. That's a brilliant weight. That's a very, very good.
She couldn't have given it a much better effort.
No,
you, George. Check back your head. Really good, mate.
So already holding two. Two there. And so the score now 8 shots to 6 in favour of Team Elliott. And we're on the 8th end of 14, so ticking over the halfway mark here. Live from the Fendleton Bowling Club for day 2 of section play. So tomorrow is post-section, and the day after tomorrow is the finals day, where we'll broadcast the semi-final and the final of the Summerset mixed pairs, which I'm looking forward to. Wasn't that a great shot there from Shane?
Just really hope that the weather plays its part. It's a really lovely day to play lawn bowls today. Geez, woke up this morning, she was pretty foggy. Please I didn't fly in this morning.
It was, yeah.
But, you know, there's a bit of cloud cover and it's not too hot. Perfect conditions to play. And it'd just be really, really cool if it stayed like that for the 2 days. And if it does, we're going to be seeing some pretty cool bowls on Thursday. It is.
I couldn't tell you what day it is today. It's Tuesday today, I think.
Yes.
Yes, yeah. It all blurs into one. Shorter end again. Taking that big green.
He didn't look very happy with this, but look, it's not the worst bowl.
Like we say, it's just important that if you miss, you err in the right direction, by which I mean if you're missing, you still have a handy bowl. And,
and it's easy to say. I mean, as leads, a lot of leads are perfectionists, and you know they are trying to nut the jack, and so you can say, you know, the odd short bowl, rightio, but it's those shockers that are just not going to play a part in an end. You know, you talk about trying to get close to the jack. Well, I kind of reckon that you try and eliminate those absolute shockers, and all of a sudden things come a lot tighter and you get a lot more bowls closer.
Nope.
False start.
Just checking he's got the right bias there. Oh, it's still zipping past, I think there, slightly overplayed. But 2 bowls past the head, you can see on the crossover. There's nothing really in the way. The backhand's probably a little bit clogged up with that short bowl of Shane's.
But really not many have played this backhand.
No.
Coming back towards the clubhouse.
Only player we've seen play the backhand's Maddie, isn't it?
Yeah.
Was that was actually just the forehand coming back towards us.
But she tried to play a little bit of weight, you know, crack an egg on that shot bowl last end coming down here.
Always amazes me. We sort of talked about it before the broadcast, and it's hard to explain, but I'll try. It amazes me what goes through a skip's head, and we can sort of get there sometimes on the commentary. But if we think about, as we watch this bowl,
But you do.
what Shane, well actually what all 4 players, because 2 for 2 involves them both, what you're subconsciously absorbing, and you talk to a player during it, it's so much. You start thinking about who's played better on what hand. You get a vibe as a skip for where the shots are likely to be scored.
Yeah.
And it's hard to explain, but when you're totally invested in the game, there must be some really high level thought going on there somewhere.
Yeah, when you're in the game, it all happens organically. Do they say it's you're just constantly thinking about the next bowl. You know, as your lead, has she been playing on the forehand, the backhand, which is the best hand for them, and all these things are just going into the big computer up top, and it's an awareness that it's really important to be able to share knowledge to, and how much knowledge to share.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's the worst thing. You know, especially like on trial ends, and you're the skip, you cross over, and someone says, "Geez, it's flying."
Oh, I hate that.
Where does your first bowl go? So that's probably not good information to pass on. But you know, if you do notice that things on a certain length, there's a little straightener, or you know, on a certain length, you can. The line to the centre line is huge. You know, you can just chuck it down a number of areas, it gets back, and so it's just being aware of the way the bowls react on different lengths and passing that information on.
Beautiful bowl from Lindley Carter. In for one. Rinse and repeat time.
It's a pretty simple delivery, isn't it? And I don't mean that nasty. It's not a lot of moving parts. It's a line up. It's a step your line and bowl your line, and she's playing pretty well. She's drawing a lot of bowls reasonably close, and you know, for a 6-year bowler, she's certainly on the above average.
Had a bit nicer there from Madison.
Just noticed a couple of times her head's up as if she's looking at a line on the bank when she bowls, and then another times her head's down as in following the line of her bowl, and that does play a part in your timing. Obviously your head and your neck are in different positions, so whatever you're going to be doing, do the same thing every time. She's close again. That's really good bowls.
That's outstanding bowling.
That's
Is it going to sit down? Oh, sit down a different way. Sit down a different way to the way I thought it might sit.
Well, you'd always think the way that the turn is on, it has to turn with the bias, like fall with the bias.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a peculiar game sometimes.
That's a nice shot there. I'll be interested to see what's the position.
It's two
Well,
to the Carters.
Yeah, and you don't have the back. Well, from Shane's point of view, he doesn't have the back bowls, so probably is. What would you play here if you were
Look,
Shane?
I think it's down the forehand. You've got a couple. It's a nice little shelf to sit on. You know, Maddie's bowls just in behind. They're 6 o'clock, so the confident draw, a little touch down there, down the line. But it's about not overplaying this. Last place you want to go is in between the two green fizzes at the back to. It's just a nice draw, little touch. Your back
look at
toucher.
this.
Oh, they've just both. They were both.
That was
rocking.
the hand of God. Not sure if it helped him or didn't, but it's a
Great
beautiful
bowl.
bowl from
Nice.
Shane regardless.
He's definitely got one now.
What are the chances of bowls moving just before reached?
That's as close too.
Look at this. Oh, outstanding stuff.
Got a bit unlucky there. It's that bowl fat. He's fallen in for shot, but you know, I think they possibly were 2 down. So he's got second shot, which is always a good shot in my books.
No more than an inch wide. Oh, lovely.
Nice little back toucher here would be good, wouldn't it? Fall onto the jack.
Yeah, bring it up the mat.
Bring the front one up.
Bring up the mat for 3.
Jack.
Rink. Bring up the rink for 3.
I had perfect weight again.
So only holding the 1.
Could have been a bit ugly if he got a bit of connection on the jack with that last bowl, you know, crossing that centre line when you're holding.
Down you come, Murray. I would have felt like he had half a chance half the way up the rink.
Yeah, good grass again.
And it's 1 to the Elliott, so 9-6 now, and we're on the 9th end. It's been a good game, sort of quite tit for tat, hasn't it?
It has been. There's been some good draw shots. Haven't seen a lot of shot play yet. But there's been a lot of bowls in the 2 foot and closer areas.
As we relive some of the bowls. It's lovely bowling. And this is the shot here. Watch the
these
two.
two.
How? Didn't change the outcome, but it was fascinating to watch.
Yeah.
And this was an unlucky bowl. For Murray, you couldn't do much more than that.
No.
So 3 the difference. And this first bowl. Beautiful line.
Did you take this? Of course you didn't. Dar would have though, right?
Is Mary just asking if they've taped this?
I think so, yeah. You can find it on YouTube. It's been very entertaining. I'm enjoying the...
She's a bit of humour, isn't she? She's a good girl.
Ignore that, Matty. Right, good. Don't want to touch up.
She hasn't said anything. She hasn't judged it just yet. Good grass again. Oh, just short of a gallop.
You're that much jack low. So just take a wee bit more green. Right, pretty good.
Nice track out here again. Just going a little quick. But, it's good to be holding the shot when you cross over. This little game that I know a number of leads play, especially in 4s, because very, very rarely does a lead play anything other than a draw. Just to have a little, mental count as to how many you're holding when you cross over. Just keeps your mind active and in the game.
That's good. That's a good little strategy to have, isn't it? Because you can. Your leads sometimes get a little bit depressed as you play your 2 bowls, and there's 6 bowls to come, and everything gets chopped and changed, and suddenly you're not counting at the end of it. So it can be nice to set yourself those little targets.
Absolutely, and it's kind of good to opportunity just to pat yourself on the back a little bit. Obviously you don't have to do it verbally or, but to know yourself that you've played a big part.
Very close. Just a minute.
Yeah, Maddie says very close, but it's not a good bowl.
It was more that it was close to the jack on the way past. Yeah.
Not quite the same swoop on this forehand, but perfect weight. He hasn't played many bowls down that hand, so it's just observing and learning and just beating your last bowl. He's chucked it out here this time. There it comes. It's a beautiful track.
Very close.
Probably the shot. Very good correction.
Yeah, it's always nice to make those corrections as a bowler. If you're displeased with your first one, and Shane missed his by quite some margin, you can see the top right of your screen, that's where his bowl finished. So he's 1.5 metres, 2 metres narrow there. He'll be very pleased that he's got back on the centre line. And this is a correction here too from Murray Carter, just out.
Half a metre, not even.
One down, one up.
Down.
Oh, the looks can be deceiving on this, the monitors, aren't they? Would have sworn he had the shot. But he's just looking at beating his own. Don't overcorrect, just little corrections.
Must be just a smidgen short.
Yeah. He's on the underside again. A little, but he's got pretty good weight.
What did you say about good weight, Joe?
You get away with a lot, don't you?
It makes such a difference.
Yeah.
Bowls, you have to come in on the blue through here. You might be a bit skinny.
It's going to have to get through the jack here.
Lindley says it's a bit skinny, but I think this is a better line. Yeah, his first two hung out a little.
Hold.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
a good
outstanding,
shot.
isn't
Good
it?
shot.
Down to that one now.
It's just watching your bowls and seeing the reaction on the hand and just making that correction.
Bowl and half, maybe.
Good seats. Got a lovely facility upstairs if anyone's looking to come to Fendalton over the next few days. Upstairs in the bar area. I struggle to find a nicer place to watch bowls from.
Great viewing platform up there, isn't it?
Beautiful. Didn't want to come downstairs and do the commentary, Joe. It looks so comfortable.
It's a lovely building, lovely facility. He's just under again. No, I think he's trying to play through his front one, which you can. It's okay, you know.
Yeah, there you see. So that whole top half of the building is all viewing platforms, and the windows go from the floor up to the ceiling. So it's just an outstanding place to watch the bowls.
And you can view both greens up there too.
Yeah. Oh, perfect.
Just on that high side again.
Careful on this little planty thing. Shane's. Oh.
Yes.
I was frightened for a second because it looks like Shane's bowl set just to roll directly towards the jack. You wouldn't play it as a shot for Shane, but it could be an accidental. It could have been an accidental giveaway.
The only thing he probably had in his benefit is that hand is holding a little bit. I'm not sure he could have got round the front blue and back onto the green.
Actually got it, eh?
Yeah, but it looked a little bit.
A bit dicey
bit
for a
scary at
second.
the
Yeah.
start, for a minute.
So I think we've seen Maddie's been asked to play down that forehand side.
Yep. She played her first two bowls down there, so she should have an idea of the line.
She'll give her bowl a chance here.
Oh, it's not a bad track. Has she got the weight? Oh, she's short of a gallop. What a good line. My word.
That was such a nice line.
Really good.
Yeah. It's another couple of metres.
Just coming in underneath my bowl here.
You know, you've also got the options of the little shelf, you know, the little inside edge of the front blue. Give it a chance.
Suppose for Lindley, she wouldn't be unhappy if she finished a little bit shorter in the way here.
Yeah,
Just plug it up. This is shorter than I was visualising.
You're under that bowl, Matty. Right through it.
Look, I think, you know, if you're Lindley, you'd be wanting to try and get another close bowl there.
That much short, yeah. A foot short as opposed to a few. Is it going to be a block?
Just hanging out.
What
there.
about the plant?
Oh.
Well, we never know.
No.
Open that up for you to get in there now.
Big bowl here for Lindley. You know, you've got a couple of feet to draw another one. It's just giving it a little bit too much respect out there, isn't it? It's a good couple of feet narrower than the other hand.
And so on that end, it was 1 to the words to Team Carter. So the score 7-9, and we're on the 10th end. Beautiful weather for bowls as well today. It's become nice and overcast. It can be dangerous sometimes. Although it's a beautiful day, I don't love playing bowls when it's blue sky and a 400 degree heat. This is actually almost perfect.
This is beautiful. No wind. You know, I think wind's the bowler's nightmare. You know, it's not the friend. Give me rain any day to wind. But this, if you could have woken up this morning and gone, what's the perfect conditions? I think we've got it.
Yeah, and you enjoy the bowls in a different way when the conditions make the game easier to play, don't you?
Well, look, and generally it's the better team on the day wins the game. You know, it's all these other things that come in, the winds, the straighteners, the rain. It just evens up the teams, I think. So I like I say, I hope this continues for the next 2 or 3 days, and we see some just really good bowls. Nice grass out here, Shane.
Have you, to change the subject slightly, watching the play, like we had the Fours finals, have you missed it at all, Joe, or are you happily having had that step back? How's it? What does it feel like to be sort of recently retired and watching this high level bowls sort of go on?
Yeah, it's a bit of a bob each way, really. It's you do miss the top level. I don't miss the work that you need to do to play at the top level, and I was never half-hearted. It was all or nothing for me, and it was never going to be. You can play in a capacity where you don't have to train as much. Well, no, that's not. I never just wanted to be a blackjack. I wanted to be a good one, and it just people said, I say, how do people know when it's time? And it's people say they just know, and I'm like, what if I don't? What if I stay too long, or what about? And I think Scruff, my husband, said, I think you're over analysing things. He said all other athletes reckon that they just know, and it was just a light bulb moment. It was like, I'm done, I don't want to do it anymore. And you miss the Commonwealth Games. Obviously it's more than a bowls tournament.
Yes,
it's an absolute experience, and it's such a cool event. Like a kid in the candy shop watching all the sports.
Oh, the sport's incredible, isn't it?
Pointing people out in the food hall, and almost need your little autograph book, But no, it's I haven't once kind of gone, I think I made a mistake, which makes me think that it was the right decision for me.
Right decision.
And, I'm still playing. I'm playing for my club, Nelson, the Nelson Bowling Club. It's a great little club in Nelson. It's such a, they thrive to do their best on the green, and whether you do or you don't, you have a good time in the clubhouse too. And we played a final of the 3-5s Saturday morning, and there's 25 members came and watched.
Oh, how good!
The game's an hour and 10 minutes,
and
they just kept coming through the door, and so it's a really cool atmosphere and environment to play bowls in. It's a lot of fun. I still play for Nelson, and love that. Love playing for Nelson. So I'm not lost to bowls. I just don't play in half as much anymore.
Yeah, I think you touched on the amount of work required. I'll continue to bang on about it and make no apologies, as I really think that club bowlers or Joe Blogs, we don't have a good understanding of what it is that our blackjacks and high performance members are actually sacrificing. When we say, that's the New Zealand players, they are getting out and training 2, 3, 4, 5 days a week. You play bowls every weekend for 30 weeks of the year. A lot of the expenses, you're largely out of pocket, and be that in lost earnings,
absolutely,
or whatever. You don't play bowls to make money. You play it because you're there for the game. So got a huge amount of respect for our high performance athletes, and I think I don't have a huge amount of patience for people who may say, they're always winning. Why?
Yeah, exactly.
You'll find it's because they're putting 20 or 30 hours effort in every week for however many years they're at that level, and fully deserve the success.
Look, it is. It's
there and ends my sermon.
Yeah, look, you hit the nail on the head. You don't get rich playing bowls in New Zealand, but sometimes, have a look at this.
Down, square.
That's a great
beautiful
shot.
bowl.
It's not the shot, but they were probably 3 down. It's a great shot. And Lindley set this up again. She had 3 bowls within, a metre. It's great bowls, but yeah, you say, sacrifice. Yes, it's also a choice. And yes, you do lose a wage, but, we're probably a lucky country where we get, flights, accommodation, food paid for. a number of countries have to pay their own way to every event. So we kind of sit in the middle. But oh look, it's a lot of work. But again, I think the shirt of the Blackjacks deserves that respect of putting a lot of work in, and it's and I don't mean this lightly, but the easy part is making the team. Mm-hmm. The hard part is doing all the hard work and staying in the team. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong, it was bloody hard to make the team. Especially when Val and I were coming through. The pool of players in the women's side was just immense. And jingers, you had to win some events to even get looked at. So, and I wouldn't have wanted it any other way. You think, oh, geez, maybe I should have made it a bit earlier or blah, blah, blah. But no, it never crosses your mind. It's like, you'll make it if you deserve to. And that's the be all and end all of the sermon. It's the Blackjacks put in a hell of a lot of work. But it's a privileged position to be in as well.
Oh, how's this for a Mark? Oh, no, he's going to get
under.
wrecked on that bowl. One bowl in the way.
Look, it probably opens up a shot for Shane now.
Yeah, I'll try.
Does only have 1
around
second.
It or under it or
I think it's probably a little bit better playing under it. A little touch of the bowl or the jack.
I think she said just fly it, and if you hit it, tough luck, which is
Play it as if it's not there.
yeah.
I think.
Wise words.
Oh dear, tough luck.
And
But
that is it, isn't it?
it's out of the way.
He's actually played a very good bowl there, because as
Yeah.
you say, it's no longer in the way.
He was pretty close if that bowl wasn't there, effectively. But yeah, it's out of the way now, and as if Murray doesn't put it back in. He's close. Oh, what a good attempt.
Beautiful line.
one down, Matt.
Little toucher.
Got it.
I mean, his bowl's very safe in there, so he can play it a little quicker if he wanted. Even if he gets the shot bowl onto his own, with Murray putting the bowl in behind it, it's now locked in. So he can play with a good yard of weight here.
He's given it room to breathe
He's close.
in the area, surely in the area.
Oh, he's got the outside. Oh dear. No worse off. Again, it's just the game of millimetres, isn't it? He's probably half a bowl high.
Yeah,
Perfect weight.
couldn't have played it a lot better than that. And it is another one to the Team Carter, and the score 8-9 after 10 ends, 4 to go. See some close misses. This is the one. Looked like it was there all the way.
Looked good all the way, didn't it? Oh, if he's got that fat or just inside, it's an absolute stunner.
Interesting. It's been... What am I trying to say, Joe? It's not been a game of a lot of big shots, has it, this one?
No real weighted shots to speak of, but the draw bowls have been pretty good.
Had some slight, we've had some shot play with a metre or 2 metres weight, but we've not seen any sort of aggression,
No.
which we sometimes see in the 2-4-2 style game. And it's one that's still, I suppose, it's become more played in New Zealand, hasn't it? The 2-4-2 in the last 5 or 6 years, usually as mixed pairs actually, which is interesting. But it's one of those ones where you'd think you'd play it like a fours game,
Yeah, I think you have to. It's and you know, you talk about the big weighted shots.
Yeah.
You could play it as your last two bowls in the middle, as your three in
You're
the four.
three playing the two bowls.
And leave, you know, trying to clear away for your skips two bowls. But you know, no heads have really screamed hit me. You know, there hasn't been any big numbers held. They've only been there's 2 3s. The rest have been 1s and 2s. So it's I'm not saying that they've played the wrong shots, because I don't think they have. You know, nothing's really screamed, you know, hit me hard kind of thing. But
Just been the way it's set
yeah,
up.
it
This
is.
is what a
It's
beautiful
great
bowl that
shot.
is from Maddie
Great
Elliott.
shot. Great correction. You know, she has struggled the last couple of ends coming this way, and it's just a matter of just battling on and just going through your process and drawing a shot. You know, it will happen. Laws of averages say that, don't they? If you chuck up enough, some are going to go close.
Surely.
And
That's what I tell myself usually anyway.
yeah, me too.
Down on that forehand. It does seem to be more of a half. You'd almost describe it as a half green on that forehand side.
Compared to the other hand, absolutely. You know, it has got back to the centre line. It's just a bit lazy. I think the backhand, it's just got such a hoop on it. It gets accentuated that it's a big grass, but it is quite a bit tighter than the backhand. And that's okay, you know. It's like I said earlier, it's about trying to find the best hand and finding it as quickly as you can. And if you can, you get that head start.
I suppose over 14 ends. Oh, the rink might change a little bit, eh? You might sort of have 1 or 2 changes in the
Have a look at
14
this.
end game.
Have a look at this. What a
Around the
shot.
bowl
Great shot.
from his end. That's what Shane could see. It would have looked almost physically impossible to do that, but he's believed in his bowl.
And again, it just shows how much that hand's turning.
Beautiful.
Trust, I mean, on New Zealand greens, not many bowls are ever in your way. Can always get round it. They're only 4 inches wide, aren't they?
Yeah, good weight. Get slow about 2 bowls. You're just inside it.
Same bowl. If he can,
You can draw inside it if you want to draw a shot, but if you want to get back to the green, just around.
Very clear communicator.
yeah, it is. But once again, this is we were talking about it before, about having a shot in your mind about what you want to play, because there's completely different weight between turning Maddie's down to cover the jack
Going around.
or to get back to the green ones. Just got to be so specific with the weight you want to play, because obviously the line comes from that. Oh, that's not bad.
It's going well. Was sort of halfway in between everything, but he's finished. That's a good bowl, really.
Again,
Yeah, holding 2.
Pretty good weight, you know. If he gets rounded, he's finishing at a good home. Got probably a little bit fortunate to the way he hit it. He's not bad.
Oh, look at this. Look at this bowl.
Oh, what a shot. What a good effort.
If it sits down.
Still a couple down, but
Oh.
what a good shot.
Just jack high.
I don't think I'd be changing my hand, you know.
No. The way he asked that question, it was almost as if he wanted to switch to the forehand
Yeah,
there.
but you get any touch on the back of that bowl and you've knocked it in for shot. Yeah, please, he's staying down that backhand. It's a similar weight, kind of. Just get into the pocket in the back. Played it pretty good. Get a little help off there. Oh,
Very close.
very good. Good shot.
Well, Wasn't far away with his previous bowl, Murray Carter.
He's not bad again if he's got the weight.
I think he's got... No, he doesn't. No, short.
Oh, jeez. Jeez, it looked good.
It was such a beautiful green halfway up the rink. I thought this is going to be...
Just need one in here. Or you just need to match the blue, because if they get the jack, that's going to go through your two and directly to the blue. Well, they come down. Yeah.
What are they talking through here, Joe?
Oh, just thinking they're looking at where the jack may go if it's hit. You know, it might be a little bit hard to get round that front blue one and get back to the jack now, so you might be looking at getting on the back of the other blue, but I think the little pocket just inside the blue bowl at what time's that, 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock?
Yes.
Out here, if you can just get back down, try and get back to the centre line around everything, a couple of feet of weight, would be perfect. Pretty much the lime fizz one that you can see just at the bottom of the screen. Make that your jack.
Come on.
Oh, it's a good effort.
That's a pretty good weight.
I mean, it's one of those things you work so hard on getting the right line. You know, you forget to check it sometimes. A couple of feet would have been perfect.
Only 2 down.
So... What have we got here? Lindley's got 2 bowls.
Yeah, look, I think they're committed to this forehand, the Carter, Team Carter, but yeah, there is a nice little... I know they've only got one on the head, and it is a little bit vulnerable, but geez, that bunch looks nice, doesn't it?
It does. It does. And not a lot that can go wrong. You'd have to... Yeah, you'd have to miss... in an unusual way for it to go wrong.
But I suppose the inside edge of Maddie's bowl
Chip it out.
gets it out. I'm not sure if Lindley has a decent weighted shot as well. You know, you've got to look at what weapons you hold and what you're good at playing.
This is what I can see.
That's okay.
That's pretty good.
Andy bowl back there. And yeah, committed to the, as you say, committed to the forehand here. So we're just going to see Lindley try and play a perfect bowl.
Yeah, look, she's got the inside edge of her last one too now, so she can afford to play at a yard of weight. You know, the inside edge is there, flop off your blue.
She's got the weight.
Doesn't matter how you get it, does it?
Go!
Is she here? Oh, she's just short of a gallop again. Oh,
I mean, that's a mighty effort. That's a mighty effort.
Murray rode it off pretty quickly, didn't he? Bad luck, but geez, it's a good effort.
I thought it was pretty good all the way, to be honest.
2 down.
And they've decided not to play the last bowl. Shane not trusting his daughter.
Oh, big call. Look, fair enough. I mean, if she gets onto the front one, onto the jack, they're only holding 1. Look, 2's a good score here. Put some 3 up with 3 to play. It's not all over, but it's a nice position.
Yeah. Lovely end to relive. We've seen Shane Elliott, I think, probably be the outstanding player of this quartet. The other 3 have been we've seen some very steady bowls, but I can think of 2 or 3 ends where Shane's done this. We've seen 2 of his shot bowls within inches of the jack.
But the Carters have certainly played their part in this game. You know, for 10 years combined compared to 28 years, they've certainly put their hands up. They know how to play the game. They know how to draw a shot.
That was a beautiful effort from Lindley Carter with her final bowl. She's literally one revolution of the bowl away from
that's all.
holding the shot.
Yeah, that's all. That's a good start by Shane.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. We'll just get confirmation as how many shots that was. See if we can get Max on the scoreboard. Yep, I was wrong. 2. It was a 2. Why did I think it was a 3? Who knows? But that's the score. 11-8, and we're on the 12th end of 14. Oh, spotted Joe. Lovely leading to start this end.
He's on a good track again.
Yeah.
He certainly has got this forehand coming back towards the clubhouse. He's all over the line.
Very steady bowls. For recollection, Shane started his bowls in the North Island. I interviewed him once. I'm trying to remember where he told me he was from. Somewhere at North, so he doesn't have quite the southern burr that the others do, but he's been obviously down in Southland for many years now. May have started in Waikato somewhere, perhaps, Shane Elliott.
Yeah, he's done a great job down at the Edendale Bowls Club, that's for sure. I like that philosophy though. Good buggers first.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, you're going to guarantee a comfortable space for people, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And a good couple of bowls here from Murray too. You know, good lead bowls this.
Yeah, you'd say no one's won that end. If you look at it, it looks pretty much of a muchness for both.
Yeah,
Holding on the crossover are the Carters, but Shane's probably got 2 slightly nicer position bowls.
Yeah, we said this one end before, and they dropped a 3, didn't they? The Elliots, it all looked good for them, but a lot of bowls to be played in this end. Close, Matty. Oh, it's a good effort too.
Yeah,
what a
really
shot.
Lovely bowl. Oh, if the weight's right, this is outstanding also.
Close as well. Oh, what a good attempt. And a good home.
Essentially did everything right except for take the jack with her there.
Oh, just that little twist of the wrist. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Just it means the bowl doesn't come out on its running surface quickly, and that's you're in for a world of pain when it doesn't do that, because you know, if you wobble the bowl the same every time, you go for it.
Yeah.
But you know, just about trying to get that bowl to come out of your hand onto the running surface as quickly as possible. You'll probably need to take a bit more green than someone that wobbles it, but you'll be able to correct a hell of a lot easier.
Is that something that you can practice out of your delivery? Is it simply just you're not playing quite as much? Or sorry, what I'm trying to say is you haven't probably had your delivery set as well if you've got the base to work from, or is it something that you'd say to a coach, oh look, I've noticed you're doing something with your hand?
Absolutely, you know, and it's a few times when I've been struggling, I probably take the thinking out of it, and I just say to myself, try and let it come out of the hand as nice as possible. And I think it gives your brain a bit of a rest too. But you know, there is a and it's a very, very hard exercise, but on concrete to deliver with a tennis ball and try and not bounce it. It's tough.
That's clever.
It is very hard. But it sure shows. You know, if you're dropping it. Or
that's great stuff. I must try that. I've noticed I don't play as much bowls now, and I was playing the other month, and I thought, am I dumping the bowl? I'm sure I used to get it closer to the ground than this.
You normally hear it.
Yeah, that was
Worse
the
on
problem. I was
carpet.
on the carpet.
Oh dear. Yeah, yeah.
That can't possibly be me. But
Oh, look, she's got the good grass again. Just sort of a gallop again. Oh, she's nailed the centre line, hasn't she? 3 times. Perfect.
yeah, lovely line.
It opens up. This blue bowl is looking decidedly dodgy, and he's looked very lonely, doesn't it? I think the Edendale team's got 5 seconds. You know, do you go with the one up?
When it's so safe to get rid of, even if you were up on the card by a bit, I can't really see
I
a
suppose.
reason to not.
Look, you can get the same kind of outcome by touching the jack.
With more controlled weight.
Yeah, with more controlled. I mean, the last thing you want to do is flick the jack back down to this lime fizz green bowl down here. So I think once again it's just that nice confident draw. If you get a roll out of the bowl, you possibly make 3. Little touch, you could make 4 or 5 without much danger really. Good opportunity. These don't come around very often in a game.
That's the thing. When you can see a chance like this that you know you might get 3 chances in a game of 14 ends.
Yeah.
You really try and focus to make it count. For the Elliots, if they can score a number here, that
This is
in
close.
theory should be the game.
This is close.
Oh, what a bowl.
Oh, he's quick.
Oh,
He's
follow.
quick.
Well, it's still a good shot.
Yeah, poor umpire. You know, he was holding a good one.
Oh, it was a pretty looking shot.
Yeah, just played it too quick. Like you say, just a tiny touch down the line. Easy to say sitting here watching. But, you know, the like you say, the scoreboard, 11-8 up. Score of 1, 12-8 up with 2 to play.
He's just...
Yeah,
is that his duster on his head
Yep,
there?
Yep.
Just disgusted with himself. It looked pretty.
Yeah, look, he was probably, 2 foot quick?
Yeah, or alternatively, perhaps he wasn't quite that danger if you just looked to have a nibble at the...
Or a little narrow.
At the bowl, yeah.
Yeah, you know, if he gets the second shot bowl he's made with that weight, he's probably turned it 2 or 3 times. Fine lines, isn't there?
You just wonder why you put yourself through this sometimes.
Question the intelligence, you reckon?
It's what the players can see. So it's, I mean, the challenge for Shane, it's quite congested. Can you see anything? What have we got here? Oh, there's nothing really lined up to try and get rid of the shot.
He's looking at playing the forehand, but
It's all staggered, isn't it?
yeah, look at. I mean, it's a tough shot, whatever. I mean, any movement of the jack back and the back blue kind of comes into play too, and he just would not want to drop a 2 here. I think, is he playing like a yard through the front blue?
Must be, though. You'd almost need the inside half of the front blue to try and roll it at the right
absolutely.
angle.
The angles aren't that flash. He'd need the inside edge, as you say, or the inside half of the bowl.
Yeah, or his other bowl just wouldn't go through the shot bowl.
No.
So you're looking for quite a small target here.
Here it comes.
It'll swoop enough.
Here it comes. Oh, very good line, very good weight. It's pretty good weight too.
Gave it a fair effort.
Had to give it a chance, didn't he? On that hand, I don't think he could go more than 1 down.
In theory, this should be safe enough to draw a second shot here for Murray Carter.
Yeah. Not too much danger.
It's just going to be on the slightly high side.
Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Oh, dear. What a beautiful track.
I thought he had done it for half a second, and
Yeah.
it is going to be the 1 down for the Team Elliott. Remember, they need this game to stay alive with a chance. We're on the penultimate end, and the score 9 shots to 11.
I've got no more games.
What is that? What are we looking at, Joe?
Blue sky? I have no idea.
I don't know.
Is it a light?
Oh, it is a
that's
light.
a
It's
light.
Yeah, there we go. I saw it was offered up as a shot, and I thought, okay, we'll have a look at whatever this is, but I wasn't entirely sure. It is quite a magnificent complex around here, past where you can see there's a very large, is it called a croquet lawn?
Croquet lawn, I think.
Lawn?
Yes.
Yeah, croquet lawn. There's the what used to be the old Fendleton Women's Green, that is now the Bowls Canterbury Green, sort of out past, that's maintained.
And a very nice park.
Mm.
Lots of dogs, dog walking park.
Little running track that goes around. It's a lovely
It's
area.
a beautiful area.
Oh, got wrecked on her own bowl. Left her no doubt.
Good grass, just quick. Look.
If we do look at the scorecard, we've seen a 3 each, and the rest of it's been 1s and 2s. So if we then look at the score, which is 9 shots to 11, the Elliots should be thinking if we could score even 1 shot here, that's a defensible lead.
Absolutely. Yeah. Even just one, 3 up going to the last end. It's still not a given, but it's a pretty handy place to be in going into the last end. And like you say, there's been 2-3 scored. Hasn't, well, I don't want to put the curse of the commentators on, but hasn't looked like the last end was probably the only opportunity for a big number.
Yeah. Backhand would be a nice hand to play here.
I think so. I mean, he's been nailing this hand. Even if he gets, the short bowl up there does hurt, especially when one of your players is playing that hand well. Sometimes you just want to stay out of the way.
Either around or underneath is all good news.
And he's
That's a
fatted
shame.
it.
Yeah.
It's not the worst.
We got it.
Yeah,
Got it at a pretty good angle. I take it back. That means he had good weight, doesn't it? Because he's cannoned it up to be just about level.
Yeah, give it a nudge. He turned it probably half a dozen times, which means he might have been going a little quick, but got a bit fortuitous down there.
Going to be a lazy hand. Be interested to see, and we are going to have that really cool game actually coming up next. Peter Shane and Jill Fraser playing Hamish Wilson and Henrietta Scott. So looking forward to that on this match, and I think we'll probably see some more aggression than what we've seen in this game. I'd be intrigued how the hands go with run shots or drive shots, because we've seen a sticky hand to the left and a swinging hand to the right. So it'll be interesting to see what that means when the players play with more weight.
The dynamics of the next game, and if people are getting closer, they're setting up targets.
He wouldn't bounce a tennis ball.
No, it's pretty sweet, isn't it?
Oh, look at this. It's
very good shot.
That's a lovely bowl.
And it's probably his first bowl down there. It's a he's just been able to watch and observe the line down there. And, it's a very good guess with his first bowl, but
Usually, it's probably a sign of someone who's quite invested in the game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because he's been able just to lock away the information in his head.
just an awareness of what's going on around you, so that you do get a bit of a head start if you have to change your hands.
Something I keep meaning to check. I'm not sure how I've got here from this conversation. But we've got different manufacturers of bowls, and we have different manufacturers of jacks. I know we have heavy indoor jacks, and the outside jacks are lighter. But I've been wondering, are the jacks different weights? The outside jacks, if one's made by Henselite and one's made by Nero, I wonder if they're a different weight or not. I don't even know if there's a rule, to be honest.
Well,
I presume
you would think there would be.
that it has to be X size and X weight.
Yeah, you would think so. Very good question, and one that I do not have the answer for.
I'll just find two different manufactured jacks and weigh them one of these days, so I can satisfy my own curiosity.
You would think there would be a small range that they would need to be between for that. But yeah, definitely the carpet ones are heavier, and they seem to roll a bit further on the carpet
so
too.
they're dense, so to draw a resting touch is quite challenging.
Yes, this is close as well.
Keep running. Yeah, good bowling.
Two good bowls.
Almost switches the Carter's hand now to that backhand side, doesn't it?
Yep, I think so.
You can see Murray indicating to.
You know, they've got, look, you know, you look out here, if the jack comes down to 8 o'clock or whatever, down with a yard, we've got a hell of a group of green and blue bowls back here. Yeah, a little check of the bias, last thing, that's always a good thing.
It's a smart smart thing to do.
Yeah. A few times I've been caught where you've gone through your pre-shot routine and you look down as your last thing to do and go, oh, jump off the mat, and you pretend to go, so that bowl, you know, as if you've, you've stopped for a reason, but quickly change the bowl around in your hand. Good weight. Geez, you need to keep that same weight and tighten your line.
An important bowl in the context of the game, as we know there's
bowl.
only been 2-3 scored, so the Carters need to
Here she comes.
score the end. She's not far
Here she
away.
comes. Oh, she's played this. Oh, what an unlucky shot. Jeez,
Robbed.
another couple of feet of weight. She's all over it.
It was near perfection.
Yeah. She cut it down? It was 2. I don't know.
One in a good look, mate. You're drawing down there. You get one trip out of me. Good. That's okay.
Essentially said 1.5 and 12-9. The Elliots will be pleased with a 12-9 lead.
Yes. Absolutely. It's got a bit of track here.
Little feather off that bowl.
Oh, it's a good effort. Good
Just
effort.
about. We'll see how many shots it is. Shane Elliott with the string measure. There's our two of the players next up, Peter Shane and Jill Fraser. Looking forward to that match. Peter has been around the traps for a very long time. Won the New Zealand singles in 1991-ish. I think he was a fifth-year bowler at that stage and had gone on to win 4 more New Zealand titles, so a holder of a gold star. And Jill Fraser has now moved way up to the far north, but spent a number of years in Auckland, where she skipped. I think she was a skip for the women's fours part of the inter-centre team.
Yes,
in Auckland,
absolutely.
One at Howick.
Yep,
So
yep.
classy
I've
bowler.
run across Jill a number of times out onto centres, and good pairing. Yeah, you're right though. Peter Shane, he's just a persistent pest, really. He just hangs around. He's always at the pointy end of the competition. He always gets into quarterfinals, and he's you certainly know that if you're up against him, you've got a game. You know, you're gonna have to play pretty good.
And I was busy talking about Peter. Are your eyes that good?
Yeah, got glasses now. I think it's
a
2.
two, wasn't
I think it was
13.
Yep.
So 13-9 the score. 4 the difference. We've not seen a 4 at all in this game. But if there's a time 4-1, now is the hour for the two Carters.
It's a good buffer. And it's quite nice that Shane's playing the first 2 bowls. And probably more important, he's playing the last 2. You know, he probably has been the player of the match. Although not taking anything away from the Carters, they certainly got a lot of bowls in the area and drawn a lot of close things. But yeah, you'd probably want Shane to be playing a big bowl if they're 4 down with his last. It's a handy start too.
Good bowl. So when we're looking at this and we're thinking about how can the Carters build a 4, you just about draw like an imaginary scoring circle in your head, don't you? Because you think, well, I need to get 4 bowls between the closest bowl and the jack, or 3 bowls between the closest bowl and the jack to score our number. It'll be more relevant later on in the head.
Yeah, and probably more important, no short bowls.
Create an area.
You know, you've got to be able to, create a place for the jack to go to get a 4. Whether you play it or not, hey, look, that's sometimes beyond the realms of capability, but you've got to give yourself a chance. And it's not about just throwing all your bowls past. They've still got to be in relatively close to each other, wherever they are.
And we know bowls is one of the funny games where pressure actually plays quite a large part, and the number of times we've seen over the years a number held that in normal circumstances wouldn't stay.
Yep.
Say you hold 5 and they're scattered over 1.5 meters because you've plucked a bowl out or whatever. If it was halfway during the game, it's fine.
Yep.
But if you're holding the win on the last end, that can do some funny things.
It changes, doesn't it?
We have our official photographer has entered the building. Barry Jordan does a fantastic job for Bowls New Zealand. You can find his photos on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page. Goodness, that's a camera and a half he's got in his hands there. Does a great job. We've had hundreds of photos uploaded over the last few days. A full range of emotions from the the bowlers.
As you do. Yeah, good grass.
We talk about...
Good shot. Good shot.
Yeah. No area set up yet. So if there is a 4, it's going to come from these 4 bowls of... Lindley Carter will do the legwork, won't she, if she could just place 4 nice bowls slightly past the jack. This is potentially a very good start.
Here's number 1.
Oh, that's a beautiful bowl.
Good shot.
This is when... Well, this is close.
I don't know why she's slapping a leg.
This is close. And it sat down. Good shot.
Bad.
I mean, your 4 is likely to come in this space, isn't it? That's potentially your scoring area. So I think we'll see Lindley stay on that forehand side. Would you stay on the forehand, Joe? Playing a similar bowl again?
Murray does have one past the jack too, which may play a part later. But yeah, just drawing another little touch of the jack.
Just needs to hold on a little. If she can hang in
that-
there.
Oh,
Hang in there.
yeah.
Oh, slightly out,
Yeah.
eh? The weight was okay.
even if she's like beating the back yellow and blue one, you know, you've got room for movement of the jack to score.
Oh, this is good time. Bowls is all about timing, isn't it? And Maddie is picking a good end to smatter them around in this head.
Certainly is.
Again, you know, you're looking for a 4 from the Carters. Possibly this area here.
Yeah, I think possibly even now you're looking for jack movement
Further
down.
back.
Further back, and
Yeah.
then worry about the blue and yellow one
So
at a later date.
get the jack back here and then see what happens.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, four's looking challenging, I'll be
Looking
honest.
harder.
At what point do you think maybe we're better to try and kill this end and start again?
Absolutely. I mean, you're looking at how many bowls have they got left now? 3.
Yeah.
Tough to make a 4.
You feel like that may be the option here. What you can see from the player's end is that. So there's a way to kill it. You almost... Are you looking for the jack or the bowl on? What's the easiest? Kill?
Not fussy. Not
Just
fussy,
kill,
just
just
kill
hit.
it. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you reset the head in that way.
At least they're thinking about trying to get a 4, you know. It's the ones that just draw, you know. Give yourself a chance to get a 4.
Oh, the bowl's going to come onto your screen shortly. There it is. In the area, if she's got the weight, need to have the weight.
Just couldn't be short there. Just now, yeah.
Well, the problem, the unfortunate thing about that is there's no longer a way to kill the jack because you're going to rip off that bowl.
Oh,
How do you kill it through there? So does Murray just have to smack the shot bowl
actual
that
shot.
sits there and see what happens?
Yeah, look, you've got to be playing weight down and hope for a bit of luck.
Mm. And therefore, for Shane, it probably is just about putting just vague covery bowls around the place. If he looks at their head and thinks, I'm happy with how this is sitting, is there a need to draw another bowl? What would you play?
I definitely wouldn't be fattening it up to give him another option of a bowl to come off. You know, people talk about blockers. I'm not a big fan of blockers.
Not in outdoor bowls.
God, you've got to be perfect. I think I'm more of a fan of getting one round the back. It's an absolute perfection, and what annoys me is if I try and play a blocker and stop them playing the hand that they are and they change it and they get the shot, that annoys me.
Yeah.
I should have just let them,
Yep.
you know.
Let them play the bowl.
Yeah, but
I've not seen an effective block in outdoor. Plenty in indoor, which is an easier game, but outdoor bowls,
it's
no.
very tough.
You either change their hand or you give them a guide.
Yeah.
You're slightly wide on the block and suddenly your opposition goes, I just need to get underneath that one and I'll be
Absolutely,
fine.
yeah.
I tend to agree with that. Wasted bowl. On the back end, we could cannon through the short bowl. Well, this could be very interesting. If he gets this one right, square, get it square. Well, that's a beautiful shot for 2.
For 2.
Where's the 4?
Yeah, God, the only option is to play on the forehand through the blue. The darker, through the darker blue.
Oh, the short one up, and follow it.
And follow it. Tough shot, but it's about the only option I can see.
Is you need 2 bowls to count here if you're the Carters. No point in popping the jack anywhere. Yeah,
No.
you're right. So if Murray was to play on to this bowl, you get it to there.
And then
his collision bowl could follow through,
through.
gets to there.
Yeah.
You sit with 4, and they all have to be within, 2 feet, 2.5 feet of the jack?
Look, it is a tough shot, but generally when you're looking to play a shot for 4 on the last
it's not
end,
going to be easy.
yeah, Invariably, they are tough.
Is there a way Shane can make it? Oh, what's he looking at there? Just reaching through on the forehand. I suppose there's no harm.
The only thing he doesn't want to do is try and play to turn Maddie's bowl through, and he gets on the front short one and knocks it in for another shot.
Then Murray just has to draw for 4.
So,
yeah.
you know, play the smart, play on the wide side, down this forehand, and not go anywhere near that front blue one on the centre line.
Be interested to see if he follows this bowl down. It's waiting for the last bowl of the entire game. Often we see players follow their last bowl down of the game and wait for the final bowl to be played.
I don't know where I'd rather stand.
Oh, I'd look away. Go for a walk and come back and pray that it's sitting okay at the end. He's missing the way you suggested here. This is a good bowl. Yeah, beautiful shot. Well played.
It's pretty good. That is the only option other than trying to whack it. Yeah, he's got it. Yep. That's really good. I mean, he's looking how he can get a 4. I like that, you know.
Well, you're playing for the...
Geez,
there's no point otherwise.
No, if you drop a 6 trying to get a 4, hey, tough. But, you know...
The weight's probably key here, isn't it? Because it's important that his collision bowl
counts.
Needs to count here.
Yeah.
Be one of the better bowls you'll see if he can execute this.
This would be right up there. It's a tough shot.
Essentially needs the bowl square.
Yes.
Because that's the only way your collision bowl's ever going to follow through enough.
And that way he doesn't get onto the jack. With the blue bowl.
Yeah.
Doesn't want any movement of the jack.
An exciting, very exciting bowl.
Too wide, isn't it?
And he's right, it was too wide there, but what a lovely game of bowls that was.
It was. The weight was pretty good. Weight wasn't too bad.
So congratulations go to Shane and Maddie Elliott, who are the winners of that match in this penultimate round of section play here at the Fendleton Bowling Club. Thank you for joining us for that. We'll be back at 2:15-ish with further coverage of section play. In the meantime, sit back, relax and enjoy some highlights from that game.
When someone you care about is going through a tough time, it can be hard to know what to do. Here's 10 ways you can help someone who is struggling. Listen. You might want to give advice, but most people just want to feel heard. Be there. You don't have to fix their problems or find the perfect thing to say. Just let them know you'll be there when they need you. Let them know you get it. Let them know you get why they're struggling, given what they're going through. Knowing their feelings are normal and okay can make the world of difference. Offer practical support. Ask them what you can do to take some of the pressure off. Maybe you could make them a meal or do something to help around the house. Give time. Sometimes simply being there is enough. Hug it out. When appropriate, a hug can bring so much comfort. Talk it out. Offer to be their sounding board and kōrero with them about what they're going through. Remind them how much they matter. Let them know how much you and others care and how important they are. Remind them of their strength. They might not feel strong right now, so remind them of the strength you know they have. Help find them support. Offer to help them find the right services and support they need. For more information and to try an online therapy course, go to justathought.co.nz.
Dear Diary, my move to Summerset has been quite the page-turner. Sally wants me on the croquet team, but Beth says mahjong is where all the fun is at. I can hear Barry's choir from here. And Kenneth's passionate about getting everyone's heart rate up. But Molly and I opted to do a whole lot of nothing today. A wonderfully underrated pastime.
some damage here.
Oh, outstanding bowl from Gail Melrose.
Oh, does like it. Does like it. Yep, that'll do you.
Is it afternoon? Yes, good afternoon and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand broadcast of the 2025 Summerset National Mixed Pairs, broadcasting live from the Burnside Bowling Club, and we're up to the final round. Oh, not Burnside. I'm in so much practice of saying Burnside. It's Fendalton, of course. You can see it there. It's literally in the middle of the screen. My name is Alex Reid, and delighted to be joined in commentary not only by Joe Edwards, but for the first couple of ends, have the pleasure of the company of John Calder, the president of the Fendalton Bowling Club. And can you talk us through what sort of preparation goes into heading towards being the headquarters club for a national event?
Yeah, well, we got asked to do it last year. Lorraine came to us from Chris Lander. And we did think about it for a little while, but we've had the backing from our club members. Of course, we've got an outstanding greenkeeper in Terry Stewart, and good team of volunteers. And I think you can see how lovely our gardens are. Well, that's been a particular note. We've just won the Canterbury Beautifying Society Sports Club of the area.
I mean, look at that. They're fantastic, aren't they?
What more can you say?
So
yeah.
What goes into the gardens? Is it sort of a voluntary sort of thing? You get a roster of club members?
Our patron, Michael Kerr, has a team of, I suppose, 5 or 6 people.
Yes.
They come and water, deadhead, and do all those types of gardening things that I keep well away from.
I understand. I tend to... plants I attempt to look after don't usually last that long, but I do enjoy looking at a nice garden. It is beautiful here at Fendalton.
Yeah, no, we're very proud of that award, and we're going to get a trophy presented to us in April.
Oh, fantastic.
Can I just say about Michael Kerr, he, if you could recognise that name Kerr, his brother's granddaughters, Amelia and Jessie Kerr, the cricketers, so he very proud from about, I suppose, when they got in the New Zealand team at about age 16, we've heard about how great they are. And of course, look how well she's done.
They certainly are. A lot to be proud about.
Here we see the two teams that we're going to watch for this final round of section play. It's Peter Shane and Jill Fraser taking on Hamish Wilson and Henrietta Scott. That's Henrietta there, the lead for Hamish. Both of these teams have already qualified for post-section, so we're almost in for an exhibition match style game here, which I'm looking forward to, Joe.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, it should be a lot of fun, a lot of laughter. It doesn't mean anything as such, but I think knowing, well, definitely Peter, he will be wanting to win it, and Hamish is a pretty grounded, kind of level-headed guy, but he won't want to lose either.
So talk us through what your story in bowls, John. You're now the president of this club, the headquarters club for the mixed pairs. When did you start the game?
Yeah, when I retired from my job, I thought bowling may be an option. My parents are really keen on bowling, and they helped start up the West Mountain Bowling Club out there in the country, having been members of Kirby Bowling Club. And so I have, from where I live, there's 3 bowling greens that I could have gone to, but this was the first one I chose. And I got such a warm welcome when I walked in the gate on a Saturday afternoon that they had me bowling within about 10 minutes. And I haven't looked back from being the member. That was the year of the 2016 World Cup.
Yes.
So that was pretty amazing to... They had grandstands and everything. It was a pretty big event, and I thought this bowling was pretty good. I was relatively good at it early, but then I faded, as I think people do. But I enjoy my bowls, and the presidency is I enjoy doing that. It's an honour, but it is a lot of work, and I am looking forward to passing it on in June.
I get it. I understand. It must make it worthwhile, though. And I know it does for committees when you put so much work into your club, and we've seen the gardens are beautiful. We know the upstairs, it all looking spick and span. Makes it worthwhile when you get the opportunity to host events like this, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. To show off your club is great. And I remember talking to Chris Lander about it, and I did actually say I thought we were the number one club in Christchurch. I don't know if he agreed with me, because I think
you've got the mic. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously Burnside are the strong club and have wonderful facilities, but just looking out at from that upstairs lounge, as you say, it's a great place to sit and have a quiet drink after a game and just to be social.
You've got to be proud of your club.
Oh, thanks, Joe. Yeah.
It's an absolutely beautiful place. I've played here a number of times, both internationally and nationals. And
would you have played in that? Oh, yes, you did. You won it, didn't
2016.
you? 2016.
Yes. I played at the World Bowls, but it's stunning. Lots of great volunteers around, always a friendly face. Lot to be proud about.
So Peter's first bowl. It wasn't bad at all. Peter, of course, a very well-known bowler. I think we said he won the New Zealand singles in the early 90s. And I think again, maybe 10 or 15 years later, he's got 2 New Zealand singles titles. He's won the pairs maybe twice, and maybe there's a fours somewhere.
Yeah, I had a chat with him earlier, and he said, I don't think there's too many people out there that have won them all. And he's got a current gold star, New Zealand gold star, with singles, definitely won singles, pairs and fours involved.
He's got a new event to tick off if he wants to say he's got the full suite now,
absolutely,
though, with the open mixed pairs.
Yes.
This format, this 2-4-2, is a great format, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Really enjoyable. We watched that first game, but you get to play all the positions, don't you, in the 2-4-2?
It's a little bit more social too, I think.
It is.
You've got your big pairs, obviously, as you're going to, but there's room for club bowlers, for husbands and wives, fathers, daughters, mothers, sons. It's it's open to everyone, so it's a great format, and you get to play a lot of bowls, which is always good too.
Quite tiring for these people having to bowl 3 games in a day.
Yes, yeah. We were talking about, because the games are probably slightly shorter than you'd like in a perfect world at 14 ends, but with 270 entries, which we have, and this is outstanding.
Just have a look at
bowling
this.
from Peter.
If this is how it's going to be for the rest of the game, wow. 3 great bowls from Peter Shane.
270 entries means that we need 4 games of post-section to be played tomorrow, and if we had more than 14 ends, and you're asking people to play 4 games, we'd be there till midnight. So 14 ends is an appropriate number. It's due to the popularity of this format.
And I think they've been well and truly getting inside the 2.5-hour time limit. So I would say it's a long enough format that you can be down and have enough time to get back into the game.
Peter been asked to switch to his backhand side.
Get that, the delivery hasn't changed over the years, has it?
Well, that's one of the big things, isn't it? The delivery, you get a good delivery and that'll stand you in good stead.
Yeah, it's they were talking about another team name for the 3-5s up in Nelson, and our club's the Nelson Spirit that are going to the 3-5s, and we've got another team going in, and they said, well, you'll have to change your name. You can't be the club Nelson Spirit as well. And one bright spark came up with the idea that it would be the Nelson Midwives, because it's all about the delivery.
Brilliant.
Clever, but no, it hasn't stuck.
No.
You can try. You've just announced it on Sky Sport.
That's right.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of clever buggers down there.
Henrietta on the four, and we've seen a bit of Henrietta in the last couple of seasons. Where did she start her bowls, Joe?
Well, she's a current dual club member of the Carlton Cornwall, obviously in the Auckland region, and Kia Toa, the one in Hastings, not to be confused with the one in South Canterbury. She's only a 50-year bowler, and the viewers will probably recognise her. She currently was the silver medalist at the last national pairs.
Mhm.
Played with Ashley Jeffcoat. Got beaten by Olivia Bloomfield and Lisa Prideaux. But 50-year bowler making a final of a nationals
Amazing.
pairs is a very good effort.
It's not a bad effort.
No, she's again the delivery. It's simple, but it's good. Not a lot of things can go wrong with it.
Now, is Peter holding 2 or 3 here?
Well, it's Hamish's blue bowl just past.
Oh, is it?
So,
Okay. Yeah.
One.
yeah, possibly one.
Maybe only one.
Yeah.
The red bowl that sits at 9
Oh, I
o'clock,
see.
and then it's
Yes,
a
I get
measure
you.
for shot
Yeah.
between the blue bowl at 4. The short ends, the ones where it's the most challenging with the cameras, because you can see we've got the cameras at the end of the rink. So the further away from the cameras the bowls are, the harder it is to see the depth perception. We'll just wait for someone to tell us what happened on that first end. And while we're waiting, John, so we've spoken about the gardens and the fact that you guys as a club have hosted or been a host club in national championships forever, but also Asia Pacifics and World Championships, etc.
Yes, that's right.
What can you tell me? We were having a chat the other day. You found a book that was written for the 75th
Yes, it was.
anniversary of the club. So
Yeah.
how long ago did it start? 1940 something?
It was 1945, so it's exactly 80 years now. It was interestingly, the idea was during the Second World War, the Home Guard people decided they would get a bowling green going. They had a paddock here, rough old area. They managed to get some backing from the Waimari Council, and they built this up. Well, another thing, reading that book, I've learned a lot of things. We've got a lounge next door where we have the lunches. Now, that was built 2004, so not that long ago, and it's built so that they can play indoor bowls with proper bowls, with the normal size bowls, so that's quite popular during the winter. Also, we've got... Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought.
No, you're okay. I'll just we'll talk about the indoor bowls. So I've noticed that we were having a chat because we came in to scope out the Fendleton Bowling Club. When was it? Just before the Nationals.
That's
we
right.
walked inside. Only seems to be there's a lot of South Island clubs. Burnside have one. You guys have one. There's one in Tyree, etc., etc. There's maybe 10 clubs that have sort of it's a shorter rink, and you put a block in the middle.
That's it.
And you can play with outdoor bowls in the winter time.
So no driving?
No,
absolutely no driving.
You
It's
could
very,
bounce
very
it.
slick. Yeah.
Interesting that it just seems to be a South Island thing. They're all the same size, and it's just in the winter. So someone must have had that idea.
They must have, yeah. Yeah, I don't know the backing of that. But one of our members who was behind that is actually here today, so I'm sure Jack would better tell us all the details.
I can bail him up and ask him later on.
Yeah.
Pretty good back toucher from Hamish Wilson here.
He looks happy enough with himself in that bowl.
Look, little wee Hamish we used to call him.
Oh, did you
I
really?
think I met Hamish when he was about 12.
I understand he's a pilot.
He's a pilot. He's a current president of the Burnside Bowling Club. And a bloody good guy.
Is he?
You know, first and foremost.
Oh, that's most bowlers are, aren't they?
Always has been.
Yep.
Yeah, lovely guy. Been playing for 25 years.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
The other thing I was going to talk about, which I forgot, I got lost in my story, was the women's bowlers were down the far end. We got this bowling green, then we got the Croquet Club, and then we got another bowling green which belongs to Bowls Canterbury. But until 2004, that was the women's club. And I guess that was quite a major thing when they amalgamated those two clubs.
It's incredible how quickly that happened, because we amalgamated as a national body in 1996. New Zealand Bowling Association, the New Zealand Women's Bowling Association, 1996. Wasn't until 2001 where we had a combined national championship. So they used to be held at different times of the year and in different spaces. And then it wasn't until 2008 where you guys were actually one of the host clubs, I believe, where we had a combined World Championships.
Yep. Right.
So it's all reasonably recent when you
well, it's
think
not that
about
long
it.
ago, is it? No.
Oh, great to be in the space now where every club in
Hallelujah
New
to
Zealand.
amalgamation.
Well,
I say it's
I totally agree, Joe.
been very
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Asked to play on that forehand side.
As we saw in the first game, it's got a decent whip down here. It's got a nice turning arc down here.
So talk us through, John, your greenkeeper here. This is a lovely greens. We've been watching the first game. The bowls are allowed to come back to that centre line. How long has he been with you as a club?
I wouldn't like to say for sure, but he's been here as long as I have, which is 9 years, so he is outstanding. He's a former Canterbury Greenkeeper of the Year and also nominated for New Zealand Greenkeeper of the Year. He loves the job. He really thinks they're his baby. We were asked at one stage by somebody, would we ever consider an artificial green? And he said, well, if you do, I'll be gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's nice and simple. That keeps it nice and simple.
Well, it does, yeah.
Say what you mean.
That's right. He does do other greens around Christchurch, and he's also he is an ex.
This is close.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, well.
Just it's been some fantastic bowls being played while we've
While I'm
been having
chatting
a chat.
away.
No, while we've been having a chat. It's good stuff.
Well, I think the level of the bowls is testament to his greenkeeping, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You can just trust the bowls to come back, particularly on this
Yeah.
the right-hand side of your screen, as you see. It's
Look
just
at
beautiful
this.
to
There's
watch.
very, very few straighteners on these greens.
Very nice. Henrietta started very well.
Should be pleased.
Found that centre line with all 4 bowls.
And you can see when we look out over the screen just how good the coverage is.
Yeah.
There's many clubs in New Zealand.
And if you can see the far corner, there's a gate. There's a
Yes.
blue door.
Yep.
Now, we said before that there was a park out on the right as we look, and lots of dogs, walkers, all
Yeah.
that. We were playing an international here, and someone left the gate open,
Yeah.
Oh dear.
and a dog came in, and he was a stocky little bulldoggy
Yeah.
thing, and he saw these bowls, and he just took off onto the green. He's gone towards one head, and a bowl has come down and it's confused him, so he's tried to stop, and he's fallen on his side, and he slid, and he's just wiped the whole head out. And all these players are like going,
What?
what do we do now? And just had to replay the end because
Yeah.
he could not put all the bowls back to where it was, and this very sheepish young lady come to the court going, Rover! It was one of the funniest things I've seen.
So you keep the gate closed now, John.
Well, the gate is meant to be closed. It's quite hard to police it. And also we are a non-smoking club, so people have to go outside to... There we go. Yeah, people have to go outside to smoke or vape. Quite proud of the fact that we're non-smoking.
Hamish is close here.
Oh,
What a
look at
shot
this.
here.
Oh, man.
Oh,
oh,
great
that's
shot.
outstanding.
Great shot. Got the nice little... There's the door open.
Oh, it is too. I better rush down there. We are going to lower the hedges. One reason is that we do the trimming ourselves, and they're quite high, and we're going to lower it about 250. But also we're doing it so people can see.
Yeah.
It's been really good to see. We've seen that around the country. It was in the old days, and you can read back through old newspaper articles. Most clubs either had very high fences or very high hedges, to help with the wind, because they felt that having a high surrounds would stop the wind. So there's arguments between councils and clubs saying, no, we actually need a hedge to be this high because we want to stop the wind, but too, so people, you're nice and contained. And we've sort of moved along as a group now.
Wee bit of a pushback by some members.
Well, you announced it on Sky now, so
yes,
again,
it's going to happen, isn't it?
What can
I
you
wonder
do?
what else I can think of to announce.
Go for your life. I might have to mute you eventually.
Now, Hamish has got a really good shot on here. He plays down this forehand, inside edge of Peter Henrietta's left knee, there's a red bowl.
Is there, yeah.
Down on the onto Hamish's bowl and pop that the second shot bowl out for
What
three
a
or four.
great end, isn't it?
3 or 4 great end bowls.
They're giving us a good exhibition here. You can see how both of these teams have
You can
qualified.
see why they've qualified.
Mm.
Have they won all their games? Do you know what's?
I'm not sure how Henrietta and Hamish went in the last game. That was close, but they went 4. I think both teams went 4 straight.
Mm-hmm.
So the game this morning was won, and I haven't caught up on the second game, but they'll both be a real chance. Hamish just been named in the Canterbury Interceptor team, I think.
Yep. Yeah, he represented Nelson at the senior level as well.
Oh, brilliant. Was that when was he in Nelson, Joe?
Oh, geez. That would have been probably 20 years ago?
Oh, look at this.
That's not bad,
Oh.
is it?
Oh, that's great ball.
Great shot.
I mean, how good is that? That's fantastic. I think we are going to see it here. He got 2 claps from Peter.
Oh, one down.
Oh, 1 down.
Oh, what?
Was nearly right. So the
Yep.
score 2-0 on the third end. So before we let you go, John, and thanks for joining us just for a little bit of commentary. Is there anything you want us to know as I don't know, the big wide world about your Fendalton Bowling Club? There's the finals day, of course, is in a couple of days. Do you charge an entry fee to come in and watch on the finals day?
No way. No. Everybody's welcome. More the merrier. There's plenty of room. We've got the bar upstairs. We've got lunch you can purchase. And if it's the standard, we can see the standard here. If these guys get on further, come and watch some wonderful bowls.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure to have you in the broadcast, and best of luck for the rest of the event.
Thanks very much, Alex.
Cheers.
And Joe. Bye.
Cheers, John.
Always great to hear from the club officials.
Absolutely. And it is a nice time to be proud of your club, you know. It's going out to a lot of people to see, and
I love to hear it.
Yeah.
I love to hear people say our club is the best club.
yeah,
Well,
look,
fantastic.
to
That
have
means you've got your pride.
Absolutely.
And what better place to say it than behind a microphone where no one can. You just make your statement.
Absolutely. Like a mic drop in that. Good shot here again by Henrietta. She's certainly jumped onto the line here, and the speed. She's played some bombs already. Jill Fraser now out of residing in Kerikeri. Didn't know that. Just moved up there. I've had a few tussles with her, playing generally the skip of an Auckland 4 in the intercentre.
Yeah, she's a very good fours skip.
Yeah, she won the intercentre in 2019 with the Auckland team. But one of her, I said, what would be a highlight of your career so far? And she said, well, it's probably not on the playing side. And I said, that's fine. And she said, she was elected the president of Auckland Bowls.
Yes.
Which she was very, very proud to be that, and she's currently the president of Far North. She said, I'm not sure how I got that, but I'll do it with the best intentions.
Oh,
and
great stuff.
And she's enjoying her time up north now. But she's about 20 club titles and probably 14 centre titles. So very, very well established bowler. Been around the traps for a long time.
Recollection is that she came to bowls a little later than some. She may have had perhaps a sporting history in, might be tennis maybe.
Right.
So came to bowls a little later, as I'm sure when I moved up to Auckland, which was only 7 or 8 years ago, she might have been just out of juniors, so she's probably been playing for 16 or 17 years. But it's really one of the players that has that natural aptitude for the game, which we often see, don't we? If you've had a good sporting life in other codes, you come to bowls and you're naturally suited to
little
just...
head start, isn't it? Your hand-eye coordination, the whole being part of a team, that sort of thing always plays a big part.
Oh, good green from him. You can see he's walking away from the bowl. I do hope we get to see Peter play a backhand runner at some point. He's one of the more accurate. You get players that you associate with certain shots sometimes and I've hardly seen him miss a backhand run shot. He plays it with such nice weight on his backhand, always in the target area.
Right. You know what you've done?
Well, we'll see.
Just put the kiss of death on him, haven't you?
Sorry, Peter. We'll wait and see how it goes, but yeah, he's still a prolific bowler in the Auckland Centre. The occasions where I've played a little bit of bowls in Auckland, he's often on a green near or around me.
Look, he's had a chat with him before the game, and he is just going through his career a little bit. 20 club titles, 15 centre titles. He said, one of the proudest moments was winning his New Zealand Gold Star, and with that came the New Zealand Bowler of the Year in 2016, which he held, just such high esteem, and to be the best of your peers. It's a pretty cool thing to do. He's won into centre, so he's you name it. He's won a New Zealand champ singles. He's done it all.
One of those players that doesn't seem to have lost any of that drive to win either. Sometimes you see players who achieve so much in, say, 10 years, and they go, okay, I've done the things.
Yeah.
I don't need to keep going out there and trying 140%.
Yeah.
But I don't think Peter would ever give anything less.
No, he definitely wouldn't. He was a New Zealand trialist too, a number of years ago.
I think he toured as part of the emerging players team, didn't he?
He said he met so many really nice, cool people in that whole experience. He said he loved every minute of it. Oh, he's all over the line again.
Oh, well, you look at the grouping on the bowls, green-wise.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
It's not bad. Still that overcast day. Just good for bowls. I'm interested in learning more about the indoor-outdoor clubs. I didn't know they existed until we came down here for a Nationals in 2019, and I was having lunch at Burnside, and I happened to look and I'm like, it's an interesting carpet they've got, because it's like this green carpet. Why have they got that? Then I looked a bit closer and I could see like an outline of a ditch. I thought they must play some sort of bowls in here, and it seems to be popular just in the South Island. I've never seen it in a North Island club, but just to have that sort of truncated down game, you play with a full-sized outdoor bowl and something to do over the winter.
Yeah, maybe a little bit cooler here too. So
I suppose you're restricted here
inside, but. Just that little lazy side again, isn't it? It's proved to be that, but it's the same every time. It's not like it's lazy one time but takes the green the next. It's you can get back to the centre line, no problems, but it is a bit tighter.
Oh, Jill.
She's close.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You sold the farm, Jill.
Oh dear. The little look from Peter.
He would have felt like that was close all the way, and then just to watch the jack spat back for one down.
This might be on through Hamish's short one. He's just under.
Real good.
Yeah.
So 1 to Hamish Wilson and Henrietta Scott. So we're 1-2 after 3 ends of 4. Colin Williams working away. Oh, he's on the phone. In the background, that wouldn't be spitting I could see outside.
Looks a little bit like it.
Wouldn't be thrilled. Surely it won't rain, Joe. I'm okay with a light drizzle.
Yes, apparently it's good for the soul to have a challenge in life. So it's been too nice, too calm. I've got to throw something at them.
I care more about the cameras, to be honest. But the players matter too, of course. Yeah. So that's the cloud. I think we should be okay.
I was forecast for a couple of little showers this afternoon, but hopefully they don't come to anything more.
Just wait for. You can see. Use a slightly different angle.
Yep.
It's a light drizzle.
No one's running for their wet weather gear yet.
The cameras are quite. They pick up the fine details as well. See that bowl of Hamish Wilson's on the left of your screen. That's 2 great bowls he's just played. Oh, outstanding from Peter Shane. That's 4. I mean, look at that. That's 4 exceptional shots.
Yeah, 4 within 2.5 feet. Pretty good leading.
You look at a head like that, I suppose, for what am I trying to say, Joe? The lead of the 2s, the 4 middle bowls. Does it matter what hand you play?
Nothing's in the way. It's be quite nice just to have a free run at the jack. Oh, she's played this well too.
Oh, what a bowl.
This girl's on fire. 5 years. She's telling a few porkies here.
We do see it. I mean, if we even talk about your career, I found, I won't say what year it was, but I found an article in the New Zealand Bowler right from the start of your career, Joe, when you were maybe a 5th or 6th year bowler, and you had quite some success early on too.
Yeah, look, it was, yeah, a bit of a whirlwind really. You know, Val and I started at the same time, and having come from a lot of more active sports, a number of people laughed at us, thinking that we wouldn't last there, but you know, I think we both found a sport that was look, I still think it's the hardest sport I've played. You know, for the amount of time. Yeah, she's all over it again.
Amazing.
The amount of time on your feet, to the mental strength, to the skills and consistency level that goes into it. But yeah, I think, you know, back in the day, the United Bowling Club in Nelson used to hold a invitation singles, where it used to be 12 locals and 12 visitors, and they were all pretty much the New Zealand team and some, you know. And I got to play Millie Khan in the final I think I was a 5th year junior, and it's just such an absolute privilege. And
yeah,
you know, it was never a, oh geez, I'm going to get thrashed, which I knew I probably would, but it was just a privilege to be on the same rink as her. And I remember a reporter coming up to me and saying, you know, how did that go? And I said, look, I felt like I was playing in the highlights. I got beaten 25-12, I think, and it was outstanding to watch. And it just drives you to see what's possible and what you're capable of with hard work and determination. And that just really it ignited a wee spark. And you know, I got the likes of Millie and Marlene and Sharon and Anne Lomas's and all the people before, the Judy Howitts, and you know, I'm going to be missing a heap of people, but there's a lot of people that were a big part of me coming through.
I mean, if you beat this here,
I think it's always important to remember to be you part of a club team or a centre team or a New Zealand team, that you're the sum of the parts that have come before.
Yep, absolutely. And history is huge. It's so important.
bowl.
Always used.
Oh, what a bowl!
He's used that very well. Yeah, pretty good weight. We've got a fortunate wee slide.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot.
Yep, play here, mate.
So Jill on her forehand. We'll see the bowl come into line soon. There it is. And Peter will tell us with his reaction if it's close.
It's a little quick.
No, just flying into the, well, not flying into the ditch. It was just slightly overplayed. We'll call it trundling into the ditch, maybe.
Yeah, look, yeah. Didn't quite hit the back of the ditch first, so only just fell in.
You want to give yourself a chance too when the head started off on the 2 metre mark and it's moved back. So we've got 8 bowls that were lovely weight.
Yeah.
2 or 3 minutes ago. Want to give yourself a chance just to get around it.
And if you were just coming in and viewing this, you'd think, God, they're hopeless. They can't get within Kui.
We're just thinking, I just need to get past the front stuff.
You don't have to always hit the bunch. That's where it was, Hamish.
Yep, clunk.
They're holding one, Hamish and Henrietta. To say, you know, there's ample room to get round that bunch and get back to the jack to draw the shot. He's just the bloke to do it. Oh, he's a little on the quick side.
Oh.
Touch her in the ditch.
Yeah, so that's why that bowl's been left there.
It's funny, they've both persisted down this forehand. It is the nice drawing hand, but have a look at this backhand, how open it is. But it's a confidence thing. He's played that very well. Knowing the fact that you can trust the bowl to come back.
Yeah. So that's a nice 2 there. And Peter just has a draw.
He hasn't got anything else on. He can't see either bowl, so he's still a couple of foot to draw the shot, and
he could
he's
get
very
this square.
close. Oh, he's just a couple of feet away over. It's a good attempt.
It was a lovely effort, but it is 2 in the end to the Burnside combination, and the score now 3-2, and we're on the 5th end, so a low scoring game so far. So the players put on a little exhibition for us.
Yes, neither team can. Well, they've both qualified. Sorry, so it's a nice way to fill in a couple of hours on a Tuesday afternoon for freedom, just to get your touch going, and for the big stuff tomorrow.
Henrietta. Yeah, steady first bowl, isn't it? Perfect green.
Perfect green. She was telling me before, I said, how'd you get into bowls? She said, I had a chemistry teacher that played, and he took the whole class down to the green one day, and she said, I just found that I had the delivery, and he said that it was a pretty solid one, and she said, and it just went from there. I just played a business house bowls and just fell in love. And
that's great.
I said, the rest is history. I said, you've done pretty well for a 5th year. Runner-up in a national pairs. She's also was part of the Oceania Challenge 2023, she was in the under-26 team. She won a silver in the triples. So she's had some performances for a very, very short time.
It's a good foundation to work from, isn't it?
Absolutely. There's so many opportunities now. I mean, I started the game when I was 22, and I was very young to start. Now you're seeing a lot of kids.
Seeing that age just come down.
And it's just proving, getting it out there that it is a sport, and it's a sport that can take you. I mean, geez, if I knew, when I first started, what the possibilities were, man, it's an amazing sport. It's a lot of fun, a lot of frustration, but geez, you get to to see some places and meet some pretty cool people.
Yeah, you know, it's a sport. I mean, it's not an Olympic sport in the fact that we don't have hundreds of countries playing it, but you can't underestimate how many countries do participate. I think it's 50 or 60 member nations of World Bowls now. So we talk about international play. The World Championships have bounced all around the world for the last 50 years.
Yep.
We've had in the past Asia Pacific Games. We have a World Champion of Champions singles,
Shot Hamish.
which is a great game, or a great event, sorry. Which you've participated in, World Championship singles?
Yeah, I've been to
Yeah.
two. Been to two, one in Hong Kong, one in Sydney.
They're
Yeah.
special, aren't they?
Yeah,
Because
they
it's
are.
the minnows
And it's
and everyone else.
it's funny, like I've got probably a different philosophy in world titles.
Yes.
You know, like from my opinion, and it's only my opinion, the World Bowls is the pinnacle.
Yeah.
That's a world title.
Yeah.
You know, you've got your world indoors, you've got your world champion of champions, you got your world champs. You know, there are other world titles. Not saying that they're not as good, but and I was lucky enough to go to two, and I'll tell you what, the first one I went to, I rate as a world title.
Yes.
Because the amount of talent that was there was unbelievable.
Yeah.
That just happened that they all won their
National body.
national singles the same year. Where the second one I went to, I think there was probably two people that I knew. You know, so and that's why you can't.
The fluctuation.
Yeah, and it's not no one's fault. It's just who's winning their national singles.
Just passing through. I feel like our cameraman has driven the rain away because he's put a rain jacket on his camera, and that should mean that it won't rain now.
Hopefully.
So thank you, Max, for your efforts. So just looking for the edge of his own bowl.
Henrietta's got a pretty valuable bowl, a couple of 3 feet behind the jack here for if Peter overplays this.
Close, very close.
Oh, what an effort.
That was a beautiful try.
And again, it's just really good weight control. They've both stayed on the island. They can both be used later down the track. It's not a bad home. Just forces Peter to play just such precise weight. So it's a harder shot than.
Oh, millimetres off.
He's played it pretty well. 3 very, very well weighted bowls. There is a little bit of danger if this jack comes straight back down the line. If you're the sane Fraser combination. Hamish has caught it, one to the blue.
Don't mind me, team. We get some interesting moments in the commentary booth, don't we, Joe?
Don't we? Don't we?
Come on.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, it's a good shot. It's another one on the head, isn't it? It's another probably third, fourth shot. A couple of feet away. They're really not going to drop big numbers if they continue this onslaught of the jack. Oh, close. Oh, dear me. All roads lead to there. Have a look at that.
The number of times in my life I've heard Peter Shane go, unbelievable.
I don't think the jack's going to go there now, though. So it looks, that you might need to cover it, but I really don't think, unless it's big weight and the jack goes straight back.
Up and over.
But she can't play with big weight because they can't lose her own. Hamish has probably got first, third, fourth, fifth and sixth. It's just that delicate crack an egg kind of shot.
Look at this from Jill.
Oh, unlucky.
And back down. May have been enough.
What a good effort.
No, not enough.
Jeez, how much closer could you get without getting the shot?
Close to the ditch, so they can roll in.
Not much closer. Not much closer, I don't think. Oh dear. A great, great game. I suppose the players will treat this as a sort of a practice. What would the mindset be? So both of the teams have qualified for tomorrow. They know they're playing tomorrow regardless of the result. How do you go into it? Is it like a relaxing game? You play a couple of different shots, or are you going to treat it like a serious match where you're trying to practice for a game tomorrow?
Look, I think a bit of both. But you can't be taking it too serious. But on the same account, very easily these guys could be drawn to play each other tomorrow. So, is it a one-up if you get to win this? Well, I don't think so. It's a different day. The green, the atmospheric conditions are going to be different. There's not a lot of seriousness in this game, so there's nothing on it. But it could be a really good opportunity just to get your delivery feeling good, locking in your pre-shot routine, all those things that sound so boring but are so important. It might be an opportunity if you have struggled over the last couple of days, or 5 or 6 days if you played in the fours on a certain shot. If you get the opportunity to choose, then you might look, I've struggled on my backhand runner, or I've struggled on my forehand drive. If the opportunity arises, I'm going to give it a go.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. That's something we started talking a little bit about coding during the fours. There was a lull in the fours.
Right.
And I won't bore you or people too much about it. But what I've observed, having spoken to, I'm lucky in my role, I get to be adjacent to lots of good bowlers, so I just sit and talk bowls with them sometimes. I think that our best bowlers, if you were to code their game, could tell you exactly what happened in the game without you having to give them the coding. And it's when you have, I think it's useful for maybe junior bowlers, or if you have someone who, denial's a strong word, but if you have players who won't believe that they are struggling on a certain shot, perhaps coding's important. But our best bowlers, in my experience, if I said to you, Joe, how'd that game go, you could go blah 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 blah.
Yeah, generally. And I think it's where honesty comes from. Honesty in your own and awareness of your own play. Yes, there have been people that come in the past, how'd you play? I played awesome. And you're like, I was on the same team, didn't see that. But coding, it has a place. I think it's a harsh recording sometimes of a game. You're talking with skips. Maybe you either hit it or you missed it, and you've missed it by a mil. So I didn't take too much out of the coding. The only time I did was when they used to film them as well.
Yes.
And so they could literally go back to an end or a shot, and it might be 2 or 3 backhand runners that they could show you footage of, and you're stepping right across your line. Or, you could actually pinpoint what was happening, and that I found that valuable. But look, stats as a whole, there are room for it, but, you can have the best stats and lose a game.
Yeah.
And what have you learned, know? So stats, there is a place for it, but I wouldn't be you know, putting too much on, 26% or a 44%. Or
Yeah, you can probably get a better. They're very useful, I think, maybe for an overall view. If you look back, say, on a World Bowls campaign, and you now have information for your team on, I don't know, 20 games, and there's a trend.
Yes,
perhaps that's where,
absolutely.
that's where there's value.
You see trends forming, lengths that you might be scoring on or not scoring on. Things like that. But what you're doing one day doesn't mean that for the rest of the tournament you're going to be doing the same thing, or playing poorly on a short length end. So it's like I say, it's an awareness of in a game. Right, do we need to change something that we've played? Or there's one where you're scoring one end, they're scoring the other, and it's becoming quite a obvious pattern. Right, we need to change something. If we get the mat going this way, we need to change something. So it's that I think process is a big word, but awareness is a huge word as well of all sorts of things that are happening around you.
I wasn't going to talk about it too long, but it actually became quite an interesting conversation there.
I know Clara Soper was our biomechanist.
Yes.
She did a lot of video work with technique, and she spent hours. Like, she videoed every game and then went home and went through all the video. It was just intense, the amount of hours she put into it. Yeah, two pretty good bowls by Jill. Just on the wrong side there, but well weighted and two good bowls.
Probably one of the looser ends we've seen in this game. We've had some amazing heads. Just sort of a little bit sprayed out. The blue bowls, I've neglected to mention, the blue bowls match the blue on the scoreboard. So that's Henrietta and Hamish, and then Peter and Jill have club stickers on their bowls, so they didn't require the gold sticker that we have had for other games. So if it's blue, it's a Hamish or Henrietta shot bowl. It's amazing the different colours and whatnot, but I can remember when I first started playing, so I wasn't a member, but I played at Twilight Bowls when I was 8 or 9, so how old am I, 20 years ago at the Tower RSA. So it was still in the era then of everyone had black bowls. I had a little set of size 1 Super Grips, and they had a crown on them. That was my little logo. But we used to, at the start of a game, you shake hands, good bowls, and then everyone, here's my bowl.
Here's your emblem.
And you look at the emblem and go, right, I've locked it in.
Yep.
And it's thinking back on it, that's
good shot,
a great
Peter.
shot from Peter.
Well weighted. If you missed that bowl, he's all over it.
I don't remember thinking anything of that. I don't remember that being a challenge at all for me as a 9-year-old. And now if everyone had black bowls, I don't know how I'd cope.
I don't think how anyone would. As soon as you get two people with the same colour, what are we going to do?
Confused.
It's like... But it is. I mean, Val and I first started, and I got given some brown size 4 and 15th, 16th.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Val got black size 4 and 15, 16, and you never thought anything of it. That was just the bowl that you played with, and hence I've continued using a size 4, and Val's only just gone down to a size 3, because you didn't really know any different.
It's funny how change has become ingrained. It doesn't take that long to think, well, how did we do it before?
I think you'd just get a little lazy too. Shane Fraser combination holding the couple here. Peter, it's pretty easy. Well, easy from here, sitting inside watching, but got a couple of 3 feet with no danger. Draw another shot. These are big bowls in the game. I know this game doesn't really matter, but you lose on the last end by 1 or 2, and you go, oh, we just lost on the last. It's these bowls that we win or lose games, I think.
Other moments,
Yep.
Where there's no right of reply from your opposition, you can just add a free shot.
Yeah, and he's pretty close.
This is outstanding. Yeah, that's just a beautiful bowl, really.
Yeah, very good bowls.
Well played, Peter, and it'll be 3. So the score now 5-4 in favour of the Shane Fraser combination. Only 14 ends, so we're already nearly at the halfway mark. These games feel like they're over in a flash.
Certainly fly, don't they? I don't know, it's the same amount of bowls in a fours game, but it just feels that this is going quicker. I don't know.
Even though it literally takes slightly longer for an end.
Yes.
Like we're running about 9 minutes an end.
A little bit more walking.
Which is longer, I suppose it's 14 ends, right? But it does feel like it's sort of sneaks through. Maybe it's because we're just watching 2 players instead of the 4.
Yeah.
Jill does a lot of work in the coaching space as well.
Nice. A big part of clubs. You know, any other sport, you know, from a midget, you get into a team and you get introduced to your coach, don't you? You know, this is your under-9 football team, this is your coach. This is your coach. Bowls, it's like little dot on the inside, good luck. And it's just coaching in bowls is so important, like, and people just, I don't think they understand that what they do in a club, just and the right person can help mould or turn someone off as well. It's just a special person to be a good coach.
Yeah, I agree with you. Ultimately good for your club as well if you have a good coaching system, because the standard of play overall is only ever going to go up.
Yeah. And I think to grab them as first years too, first and second year, so you haven't locked in any bad habits. I think that's the key too. If you can teach them right from the start, because they're all so enthusiastic that they all get out there and practice for hours and hours and hours and hours. If you're practicing the wrong thing, it's harmful, isn't it?
You're locking in issues.
Yeah, it's more harm than good. So if you can teach them right at the start, you send them on their way. Eh? It's a good starting point for them.
Do better that way.
Peter, a very affable man, having a good old chat with Hamish about how their respective events have gone so far.
He loves it, doesn't he, Peter? He just loves the game.
Part of a very strong group of Carlton Cornwall bowlers. There was a time, I think it's Carlton and Victoria for the men's nationals are the 2 clubs that have really exceptional records when it comes to the number of national titles won. Certainly in the noughties back to from the 40s through to the millennium, they had really good record, and Peter was one of the players amongst others, played a lot with the Marsics, etc., who were very successful for their club. I suppose in the women's game, Matamata was a powerhouse for some time.
It was yes, when I first started, that was the top dog.
Someone I would have liked to see play, you see her in the record books. I think she won a Hawke's Bay Sportswoman of the Year, Siswin Stanley.
Yeah.
She must have been. She took up the game in her 30s, I think, or maybe even 40s, and got to 17. She won 17 national titles.
Yeah. Just outstanding, isn't it? You know,
amazing.
It blows your mind. It's like I say, there was a big pool of very good players too.
Someone I would have liked to see her play, just to understand, you know, what makes it. You've got an era. She played the 60s through to the 80s, so 25 years, and she essentially won a national title every year for 20 years.
But
what makes? What's the difference? You know,
shake your head, eh?
I don't understand.
But you know, every now and then it throws out just an outstanding player, doesn't it? That's just on top of the world, and you can't get close to, and she certainly was one of them.
Did those people qualify that you played your last game? No.
That's a good bowl by Peter.
Yeah, lovely bowl. Yeah, out nicely. slightly unconventional delivery that Hamish Wilson has, that the looping elbow.
Yep. Not ideal, but he does the same every time, so he's able to correct because he is doing the same thing.
That's the trick, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah. Look, we're not all robots. We haven't all got, you couldn't say that 2 deliveries are the same, but it's the people that know their deliveries and that can self-coach themselves. They're the ones that seem to go the furthest. They can pick up little faults creeping in. Oh, he doesn't want to touch it.
It was nearly a repeat of a bowl that he wasn't thrilled that Jill played
yeah, it was too.
Earlier on.
It's that crossing the centre line, isn't it?
Make sure you're trying to look at putting the jacket with it. Just on a nice heavy draw, mate.
Oh, Hamish Wilson just clipping past.
And Lee Cutler from up in the Auckland area will be pleased for me saying the word centre line a lot. I think they had a bit of a joke on my husband's behalf about every time he said the word centre line, they may have had to have a tipple or two.
Did they survive the night?
Well, that's what I said. I said I'm amazed this message came through and I could understand it. But no, he's a big stickler on those, process and not crossing the centre line when you're holding and all the basics that seem to be so obvious that we tend to forget about.
I mean, it is wise. I usually get your words ringing in my ears, Joe, on the few occasions that I do play bowls. Oh, stand by. Sorry, just had to catch my breath there. On the few occasions where I do play, I think the best bit of advice I've heard is if you're holding, you shouldn't be cutting across the centre line, because that realistically, the only way you're ever going to give the shot away is if your bowl is narrow. If you miss wide, how are you going to give the shot away?
Look, the only time I'll say is if you're trying to make a number. You are holding and you want a little bit of jack movement, but which is obvious, but just err on the wide side. There's nothing worse than playing such a good end and holding 1 or 2, and you just a little bit heavy, a little bit narrow, slice of jack. It's heartbreaking.
Oh, it's a sick feeling in your stomach because you've done it to yourself,
yeah,
eh?
Yep. Got no excuse.
Three. Do you want to play down there? Just play the second shot. Play to promote your own.
It's a good call. I mean, the bowl on the left is in the way. Could be knocked up potentially. Let's see.
All weight. Be positive.
It was just the weight in the green.
Apart from that.
I guess didn't quite let it go as well as she wanted to there.
Don't have a tape. What? Look, it's a bloke thing, Alex.
Don't have tapes.
Yep.
No.
I don't know. What is it?
I don't know. I usually forget my tape. So maybe that's the problem.
I think that's
I've got enough of them.
Does.
I've got heaps. I've got about 4 measures.
You watch it constantly.
Yeah, but I just don't have my tape.
And they both, it's like the little...
You do your little dance, yeah. Where is the tape? No, not there.
Knowing fair well that you haven't got one.
Yeah, that's a fancy tape that Hamish has got though. He's got one of those fancy little string measure tapes. My one's a Hensellock from about 1992.
The metal one?
Yeah, the metal one.
Got creases, crinks in it?
Yeah, it's getting there. The yellow, it's a yellow metal and you sort of pull it out. A couple of calipers in the back. Had to take it apart once because it stopped winding back in, so I unscrewed it.
Okay.
Put it back together, but nothing wrong with it. Still works.
I just remember Sharon Sims with the old measure that used to clip on the back of the shorts.
Yes, yeah.
And the trick for young players was when you went to the toilet.
Oh no.
You had to take, remember to take your measure off. And I remember her coming back to the green once we were playing pairs and we crossed over and she said, just a tip, don't use my measure. And I said, why? What's happened? She said, it ended up in the toilet. I said, right, okay, yeah, so it is. I had a bit of a giggle, and about 6 ends later she come back and she said, don't use my chapstick either. That's gone down too, so yeah. You could always rely on Sharon for a bit of a giggle.
And it was 3 there, so 8-4 on the 8th end. Got some great stories, does Sharon Sims, about her time in the New Zealand team. I remember there was like a team song, someone was humming a song or something that irritated perhaps another international team, vaguely recall. But it's always good to hear some of the stories. Plenty's gone on in the last few decades at international level.
Oh, lots of stories. A lot of them were about superstitions too. I just from going into a bathroom and seeing 2 stalls empty and 1 full and 1 lady standing there and say, do you want to go? No, I'm going to use this one, because she went to that one first in the day and she's going okay. So
therefore...
it's locked in, that's the only one she's... just, lots of superstitions.
Whatever works.
Yep. Good shot here from Hamish. Back toucher, one of the best ones.
So what's the difference, back toucher or front toucher? Why do you prefer a back toucher to a front toucher?
I really don't mind any toucher really, but look, I don't know. It's just it doesn't seem to be a target, because all you can see is the jack, I think. But a front toucher is always going with it.
Mm-hmm.
So there's pluses and minuses for both. They're both pretty exceptional bowls, in my opinion.
I suppose with the a front toucher, where the jack is going, don't you? Because it's only ever going to go in one direction.
Yeah, and it's funny the amount of people go, well, if I hit the jack when they've got a back toucher, if I hit the jack, where's it going to go? It's like, well, what are the lotto numbers on Saturday? Like, it depends where you hit it.
I find it quite amazing. What was my point? It's interesting, and I wonder if it comes up here, I'll talk about it. But particularly on when a kill's a kill, as it is in this event. So if this end was killed, you'd just replay it. Sometimes we're too quick to cover the back, I feel. You're covering, if the jack can only ever kill, it can feel like a bit of a waste. Both go, I'll cover the back. Why?
Yeah, I suppose for that odd occasion where
jumps over or something,
and you nut it fat, and it just
crunches,
as you call it, the collision bowl goes through with it.
So it's a view from the players' end. Just a couple of short bowls from Henrietta in the last 2 ends.
You're about that much short.
Yep.
Very focused look on the face of Jill Fraser.
Lovely line again.
Just
who put that there?
I think you mentioned Anne Lomas earlier. I'm pretty sure she's playing in the far north now.
Yeah.
Come back to bowls.
Good to see her back playing. She won that Moama in 2000, won two world titles with Sharon and Patsy and Jan, I think.
That's right.
Was the other one?
Played fantastic. Great game.
Good
the fours is incredible. If anyone wants to spend 4.5 hours watching a game of bowls, the World Championship Women's Fours Final from 2000 sits on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel somewhere. It's a good way to just have it going and go do some work and come back and go do something else and come back. But it's got everything you could want. And they were playing a Scottish team who were playing with bowls I think, different bowls, because they got challenged in 2000.
Yes,
so
they
there's
did.
lots of layers of drama to that game. Lovely line.
Lovely track, isn't it?
Try again. 40 centimetres, yeah?
Beautiful green. Not quite the weight.
It's close here.
She's in the area.
I'll finish it off here. Oh, just a wobble at the end.
Yep.
It's a good view, isn't it?
It's a massive gap between the jack and the bowl.
Yeah. It's not a back toucher at all. And just cut it again. Started very, very well. Just having a little bit of a whoopsie in the middle here, but still time for her to jump back on and do some close.
Just a little chat on the crossover.
It's pretty good, just keeping it light, isn't it?
Someone going at quite some pace in a car outside. Can hear coming through the the ambient mic. Yeah, there's the head from the player's point of view. So Peter lining up on his.
Looks like backhand the way he's holding it, but
Yeah, I'd rather play over here.
yes.
He wanted to play his backhand if he could.
I don't think he could have got right round all them and got back to add another to get the shot. Just the one down, I think, Peter Shane, and Hamish just beating the Jill Fraser's bowl on the right.
You just give it a chance to come back, don't you? You sort of add a nice second shot, be happy.
Beautiful weight. Just didn't want to obviously cost that.
Just
He's
focusing.
tightened this up. He's doing a little fishing expedition here. Oh, he's just under. Tightened it up but didn't add any weight.
Not holding. Oh, no. So here's those bonus opportunities we talk about.
Just needs to beat the last bowl he played. Perfect weight for it. Just erring on that outside on the high line.
Oh.
You don't think he's ever going to give it away there, but
A lonely one. wrong flipper.
So 5-8 the score, and we're on the ninth end of 14 now.
Yeah, put them out where you like.
Great to have people watching the bowls. As John said earlier, when it comes to finals day, the doors will be flung open here at the Fendalton Bowling Club. Beautiful viewing facility up top. You can see there the top half of the bowling club. The windows take up almost an entire wall. Very comfortable place to watch the bowls from.
absolutely. A couple of cold refreshments, couldn't think of a better way, eh? Spend the day.
Absolutely. Apart from being behind a microphone watching the bowls, obviously. But,
It's a
no,
good
very
starter.
comfortable place.
Henrietta, get that.
Normally all the bit sides of the Burnside play well.
Right, yeah, but on the 7 ring.
No, normally on the 8 ring they play well. But the back ring's just been redone.
Close, but yeah, by Jill. What a good reply.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
Oh.
Been steady bowls from everyone.
Just been redone. Brand new this season.
Hamish just talking about the back green at Burnside being redone. They took the top off it. We played at the Burnside Piers and it was outstanding for a green that has only just been sowed and brought back in. It played beautiful. Jamie does a fantastic job there, as does Terry here.
Really impressive greenkeeper, Jamie Ferris. He knows his craft. It's interesting to talk to about.
Yeah, they just are so intense with it too, aren't they? You know, Ken Preble before and Glenn Miller now green keeps out of the Stoke Bowling Club.
Yes.
And they're just so passionate, bordering on OCD, which I think you need.
It's important.
They're just their little babies, and they do anything they can to get them good, and the proof's in the puddings. They're just outstanding greens.
And it has been, and yet down here, Christchurch or Canterbury, the region's fantastic, and known for having your good greens in the same way that your Taranaki is. You almost get those generations of greenkeepers. So you look back and go, they're just incredible greenkeepers stretching back for however long. You know, someone would have made the decision when we moved as a country from beautiful bowl.
Good shot.
From grass to Maniatoto, and then starweed sort of come and then go on a little bit, but they're constantly trying. You're always searching for perfection, it seems, with the greenkeepers.
And look, so they should. I mean, it's they get a bad rap, but you know, you play on a good one and you're just spoiled, aren't you?
Oh, every bowler's a greenkeeping expert, obviously. Every bowler I've ever met's an expert at greenkeeping.
Yep.
How much truth there is to that statement. You know, what you think you know and what you do know are two quite different things sometimes.
He's not bad again, Hamish. What a great first 4 bowls by this pair.
Yeah, that's a good bowl.
We might be seeing your backhand Rumpty Dumpty
here. Here we go.
At some stage.
Yeah, Peter.
Not just yet.
He won't miss it if he plays his backhand run shot. I guarantee you. 100%.
He's playing it on the forehand.
No, if he'd played it on his backhand, he would
have
missed it. I stand by my statement.
He hits it. Most likely bounces off my own one, but it's still a good idea to have something around here.
Yeah, good call. Once it hits you, a little bit of the lap of the gods where the jack ends, isn't it?
Yeah, so this is one of those times where you would actually cover past, because the jack is likely to rattle into those 2 blue bowls, but it could wind its way through the split.
Through the middle.
Yeah,
that's a good bowl.
That comes back here.
Good shot. 3 good bowls by Hamish. Closer.
Inside
he's
out.
Played this. He's made it a bit harder.
And the target's more narrow now.
Oh, he's made it a lot smaller, isn't he? It's almost like if you're not going to get it right, miss it.
That's sometimes how it feels, eh? You think,
yeah.
Well, the least I could do is leave the target there.
Yeah.
Well, that might force him. It's an accidental blocker. Be forced to play his backhand.
He's changed over, but I don't think he's playing with. He's playing with a little bit of niggle weight. Hard shot to play on such a swinging hand. I was just trying to draw it.
If he'd run that on his backhand,
he would have got it.
Everything would have been fine.
It's all up to you.
I love that. It's great.
I've had 4 goes at it. It's like the old game of fours where three of your teammates have played. Hasn't happened to me.
Skip will fix it.
No, they go, they've played, the opposition's played the first bowl and they go, you're 6 down? Hang on, I haven't played a bowl yet.
Yeah. Let's not be dragging my name into this.
All right, mate.
Nice grass. She's played another one.
That's a
Bye.
good bowl.
Jingoes.
That's a good bowl. Can you drive it on the forehand? Underneath the red bowl at 11?
You just whack it, whichever hand you're going to hit it with.
Hit, yeah.
You ain't going to draw. I mean, you could play an absolute bomb and be 4 down.
I'll be very impressed
Yeah.
if she draws the shot here.
Yeah. Plays an absolute bomb and 4 down. It's
Now in the way. It was a lovely effort from
it was
Jill.
look a pinch more grass and she had great weight.
You just draw here. You rock yours. It'll be enough to bring the others back in.
I think Jill's cut it down to 2 there based on what Hamish said.
think so too.
That's a lovely bowl from
Yeah.
Jill. Rocket, you could make about 400
Not
shots.
bad again.
Black there.
Oh wow!
Oh, what a bowl.
Wowee!
Hit.
Full within 8 inches.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Check out to the bottom left of your screen potentially.
Yes.
Which way do you prefer to go? If you hit this
I
ball
think
here,
your backhand is the call.
will come over here.
Absolutely.
So it's up to you.
You're not going to get your 3rd shot or your 4th shot without getting a few of the others anyway.
You can afford to overplay this as well.
Yeah,
You know, you'd
yeah.
rather miss it heavy.
Not a good
She's
time to be
close.
short.
Little cannon.
Oh, pretty good.
Well, that's better than it was.
Cut it out. Cut it down. Good shot.
One down.
Oh, they've salvaged
Just the
that hit
one.
brilliantly. The
Yeah.
score's 6-8 and we're on the 10th end now.
It was looking terrible before Jill went up to play the bowls for them.
It was.
And Peter did say it's all up to you.
Yeah, and it was, and she responded well.
Responded very well. 2 very good bowls.
Hamish into his work. Nice high quality game of bowls.
It's not bad, is it?
And there we see, what does that mean? Is that where the wind's coming from or where the wind's going? Where it's going.
Where it's going.
Going west. Those who know me will be aware that my sense of direction is poor at best. So that's probably the closest I've been to being correct when it comes to any sort of directions.
Yeah.
I've almost I've turned the wrong way out of our accommodation just about every day.
I'm not that bad, but I do get lost in malls.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I once parked my car. It's not my fault that all the car parks in the malls looked the same and they were multi-leveled, and I just misremembered what level I'd parked the car in, and had a small meltdown. I could swear I'd pressed the open button. I was like, I'm sure I can hear the sound of the car. Couldn't find it for love nor money. It was up a level. It's not my brightest moment.
My one was a shopping mall in Malaysia, and my husband Scruff says to me, what you do is you find, wherever you go in, find a shop that you can. What a great shot by
that's
Hamish.
outstanding bowl.
2 great bowls. Well, 3 great bowls. Find a shop with the corresponding where your entry,
Yes.
where you find it.
Yep.
So righto. So I went in. There was a Vodafone shop. I thought beautiful. So we went up 2 levels and down 3 and up 3 and down 1 and up 2 and yep, Vodafone shop. Went out. It does not look familiar. There was 4 Vodafone shops in the mall.
Oh dear.
It's not my fault either.
Well, that's not ideal.
No. Back to the bowls.
That's not ideal.
He's close.
Oh, look at backhand runner. Never misses them.
What a shot. Oh,
I'm not going to call that a miss.
unlucky.
That was lovely.
Great shot.
Been a good battle.
It's been a great first 4 bowls, isn't it? The leads.
Little tiny, the smallest shake of the head from Peter. He's not ironed his shorts. That's something that's died out with the millennial generation, Joe. We don't iron. No one seems to iron their clothes as much anymore.
No,
it's interesting.
Not as much iron and not as much white. You don't see too many in whites anymore. But I think the material nowadays of sports clothes just don't need it.
Goes out.
Yeah,
Well, you could imagine trying to iron most club shirts.
Oh, sticky, yeah.
You'd have issues.
Your club would sell a few of them, wouldn't they?
I wouldn't be telling them what happened to my shirt
No,
either.
you'd just be needing another one.
I just need another shirt, please.
You've got a little triangle burn mark on it. Just punch that line at great weight.
Yeah, the weight was lovely. So although Jill is playing up in Kerry now, obviously her and Peter both played at, or Peter still plays at Carlton Cornwall, and that's where Jill was out of when she was in Auckland, so that's how they know each other. They've played a lot of bowls together. I think they've played the mixed pairs. Certainly they've played the mixed pairs before, but I know the Auckland mixed pairs too. I'm sure I've seen them play together before. They were sort of regular teammates.
Okay.
Not sure if Hamish and Henrietta have played as a team before this event.
Yeah, I don't know. It amazes me when you look through the book and you just wonder how people get together. You know, some of the fours combinations, and there's 2 from up here and 1 from there, but it just shows that, you know, if you're friends throughout the country, it's a great opportunity to all join up and play in the one place.
And probably the chance too, you know, with the Open Nationals, the pairs and the fours, that is realistically your one
opportunity
to play with people from around the country.
Yeah.
Opportunity to play with friends as well if they live in different districts.
I think Henrietta's drawn another one with her second bowl that she's played. She's not bad again.
Look at this.
Good shooting.
Yeah, brilliant bowl.
Good shots.
Holding 2.5 there, I would say.
Yeah, 2 definite. A nice little shelf here for Jill to sit on. Oh, good weight again. Good shot.
I think Jill has new bowls. They look like Optimas to me. I'm sure that's not what she used to play with when she was in Auckland. They've got that nice speckle running through them.
Yep.
Bowls very much the model and make. There's such a number of different makes and models now that you can play with. It really is just whatever you find works best for you.
I think so. And if you're looking for a new set, go and play a game of singles against yourself. You know, with a set of Aero Optimas, a set of XGs, and you'll find that you like a line of one. You like the feel of one.
Yeah.
Most of the modern bowls now are pretty good, but it's just about what makes, you know, your delivery with the bowl. And sometimes you'll just like an arc, and other times you'll go, oh no, don't like that. But yeah, just have a game of singles against yourself and see who wins.
I've been sort of fortunate with that, and that took about till maybe 10 years ago. So the modern bowl had sort of happened by then, and I just picked Aero Optimas, and that's the only bowl I've ever played with in my life, because I thought I'll try pick one, and then that's all I have to learn.
Yep.
That's the arc.
Fair.
Don't have to figure anything else out. But it wouldn't have mattered if I don't think it matters what you pick. I think you just try and pick a bowl and go, we see how it is. But at the end of the day, our game is just about how hard you throw it and where you aim it
where
to.
you aim it and how it comes out of your hand. You know, 2 people can take a completely different line with the same bowl.
That was really smooth from Hamish Wilson.
Bit wide, is he?
Based on the... it was very
The
smooth.
hand movement.
Based on what he was indicating. Say those bowls have seen some games.
Yeah, he's used them for a while. I think they're Greenmaster Premiers. He had them for a long time.
Drop down on that weight, doesn't it?
Oh, he's got the line again perfectly.
That's right. Was that good? That last ball? I need to be over.
Depends what you're trying to do.
Always enjoyed listening to Peter.
Calls a spade, doesn't he?
It's very easy to tell how things are going.
Oh, he's off the shelf. Oh, he's not getting down in time.
Beautiful speed. Just a little shake of the head there. And
getting a turn. Now you're not getting that turn.
seeing this game tighten right up here. It's at least 2, so we're at least all square.
3.
I would say that's a 3. So they take the lead now. Hamish Wilson and Henrietta Scott are on the 11th end, 3 to go after this. It's maybe half an hour of bowls left, and they lead 9 shots to 8 in what has been a very tight tussle between these two qualifying teams. I think if anyone's at home watching and thinking, I wonder who we're going to see sort of in the near the pointy end, wouldn't be shocked to see either of these combinations come through.
No, they're good combinations, can all draw a shot, and it's so important that and also be able to play a weighted shot too, because some sort of a weighted shot. I don't mean a full flat out drive. You don't need that. However, some people have got it tucked away and they can use it, but just a good firm runner you need, and a good draw bowler. It's 90% of the game is draw, isn't it? So if you can play a bit of everything, you're going to make a very, very good pairs combination in this 2-4-2 format.
Be interesting. This is maybe the 4th year, I think, that Bowls New Zealand have run the mixed 2-4-2. We've got 274 entries or whatever, and it seems to be increasing. I think what we'll see... Oh, rain. I think what we'll see... Is that a wrong bias? Oh, no. Oh, no, Jill.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
I bet you it's good weight, too.
Oh, that's...
Always is.
That's a shame.
She got a bit flustered, Peter Shane said.
Before or after the bowl? Oh, dear. What was I saying? Oh, I reckon we'll see... Because at the moment, we tend to have the 2 men down one end and the 2 women down the other. I would love to see, and I think it would be good to see, that changed around a little bit in this mixed pairs.
Look, it's a strategy. It really is, and it's a funny one because, I'm always of the believer that whoever wins the toss, they pretty much choose the way they're going to play the game.
Yeah.
And the other team falls into line. I know with Dad and I, we played the mixed pairs, and it's like, well, why don't we just swap? Girl goes with guy, goes with girl, and it was just a little awkwardness where they won the toss, they chose to take the mat, they were waiting to see what we did, and we're like, no, but you guys got to go first.
Yeah.
And it's
play a bowl, then we'll see.
Yeah, whoever throws the jack up, But it was a little bit of an awkwardness, and I still think whoever's got the jack, they show their hand, or else give the mat away. If it's that important that you want to see. But you can have, it is sometimes important to have matchups, and there are occasional times when you're against an opponent and you just struggle to beat them. And, you know, I want to get with the other one. Whoever it is, doesn't matter. I just, you know, but... Yeah, I don't know whether too many of the combinations think about that sort of thing. Or
I don't think they do yet, but you'd think...
I think it has to
now
come into
fourth
it.
or fifth year, eventually people will start going,
Yeah.
huh,
There's something in, there's
we've
something
played
in
a
this.
few of these now.
Yeah.
What can we...
It's not just
what can
girl
we
goes
do?
with girl, guy goes with guy. It's
Through the jack. Oh, just underneath.
I mean, that could be another ruling where it comes out where it stipulates that the girl guy.
Imagine.
Don't know.
Imagine.
I'd say a lot of people would be happy, but a lot of people wouldn't be.
No, it's good to be challenged, I think, in life.
Oh, yeah, so they say, Alex, but, you know, sometimes I just think easy's nice, you know?
I'm not going to disagree with you. Oh, hold.
3 good
Just
bowls.
underneath the line. Lovely effort.
Yep, 3 good bowls.
Peter with his attempt now.
He's close.
This is close.
Good
Yeah,
shot.
that's outstanding, isn't it?
Good shot.
Still got the class.
He has. He's yeah. He said before he's been there, done it all.
It's another thing I enjoy about our sport is you get to see the legends play and still play well. In any other sport where you can age out of it, you could hear about someone who was good 10 years ago, and you'd never get to see them play.
Yeah.
Bowls isn't like that. You know, I mean, they might not be quite as consistent as they were, but even into your 80s and 90s, provided you can get down to play a bowl, if you've been a good bowler, there is flashes of brilliance
You can
there.
still see it, can't you? You know it's in there.
So it's just on the short. It's cool to be able to say, like, you know, you're seeing Peter Shane play bowls.
Yeah.
Or Peter Ballas, who's still playing very well. One of our best ever, well, just about the best ever bowler we've had come out of New Zealand.
Look, he was just so ahead of his time, wasn't he? You know, he was high performance before high performance was even thought of.
Before we knew that it was a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing ethic.
And he was just amazing when I first made the New Zealand team. He was one of these guys that never said a lot, but if you asked him, he loved it. And he was just full of, he'd just pass on so much. And if you were eager to learn, he just passed on so many bits of information that, you know, still stay with you. Just assets to the sport and the country.
Oh, that's nice of Peter.
Happy with either.
Handing the bowl to Hamish. It's good. We've had good sportsmanship at this Nationals, which I've enjoyed seeing, and I've noticed it when I watch the Trans-Tasmans or the higher, I'll say that in inverted commas, but the high level bowls. The sportsmanship and respect seems to be there, and it's only really at your club level where that might not exist sometimes. And I wonder if we just forget to mention some of the etiquette of the game, because it just...
maybe.
Yeah, it's basic stuff, like if I play a bowl and my bowl goes out into another rink and it's never coming back and it hits something, the etiquette of the game is to go, put it on the bank please, because that bowl was a badly played bowl and I don't deserve another go. The laws of the game say you get your bowl back, but the etiquette is to say, no, I understand that it was a bowl that was 4 metres wide into another head. And maybe we don't communicate that as well as the experienced bowlers.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like I've had 2 occasions where once at the Nationals playing with Val, and it was a 3/4 length jack up, and Val's leading. She's played a bowl, and it's not a good bowl.
Yeah.
But it's always coming back into the rink.
Yes.
It was always coming in. It was going to finish probably a yard inside the peg, a yard off the ditch. And it's a lady from the other rinks walked into it, effectively. And the opposition skip said, I suppose she gets it back. And I said, look, if Val gets it back, she ain't going to play one that bad again. I said, look, I'm all good. I said, you agree it was going to come back in? She said, absolutely. And I said, I don't think it's the rules. I said, but why don't we just place it where we think it was going to... And so she said, oh, serious? And I said, yeah. So we did that, and Val was happy. Well, last bowl I drove it into the ditch, and that was the shot bowl. But the opposition lead said, do not have a problem.
Yeah.
To the other end, where I was playing in Australia, and a lady played the wrong bias, and it hit a bowl on the next rink, and she got it back.
No.
And it was like, oh, I'm just thinking she's taking the mick.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, no, I get it back. And I'm like, it was the wrong bias. She's like, but it hit the bowl and then it was a wrong bias. It's like, wow, okay. Yeah.
I could say something about New Zealanders and Australians, but I'll restrain myself.
Yeah, it was, yes. Yeah, common sense, I think, is a big part of our sport. Sometimes goes amiss.
Yeah, it just has to be. I don't know. I don't know what the solution is, but because I don't recall. I think if you're surrounded by people who behave in that way, you just pick it up. I don't remember anyone ever sitting me down and saying, "Oh, here's 12 rules of etiquette for the sport of lawn bowls."
Yeah.
But I won't clap I won't clap.
This is close.
Oh,
what a shot! Oh, she's unlucky.
Oh, she's stiff there.
What a shot to get round that front bowl, back to the jack,
and it stopped.
Oh well.
It's unlucky.
Yeah,
anyway,
perhaps we need to get back to that. You know, have a little bit of, when you are coaching juniors, just sit them down and, you know, not read the right act to them, but just, you know, these are the things that are polite. And Peter
in full panic, and he's disappointed with that one.
Oh, he's not happy.
Not a happy chappy at all. And he's,
it was the last bowl too. Oh.
10-8 the score now, and we're on the 12th end, so 2 to go after this one here at Fendalton. Beautiful surrounds. John was telling us, the president of the club, that they've won an award from the Christchurch Beautification Society as having the nicest gardens in a sports club. And fair enough, I walked in when we were setting up yesterday morning, and you look around, there's just these beautiful flowering gardens everywhere, and it's in memory of past members, which I thought was a nice touch.
It's a nice way to remember.
So leading by 2 now, with 2 ends to go. It's interesting, Peter Shane's only scored on four ends, and it's been 4 in a row now for Hamish Wilson and Henrietta Scott, although probably fortuitous to score on that last end, weren't they?
Yeah. Look, again, fraction tight. It was only turning a bowl once, wasn't it? It's a perfect weight to draw another shot, just making an ounce of green.
Oh, Peter does well with these bowls. He didn't get quite the result I thought he might there, but he does give his bowl that chance just out to that nice breaking point, doesn't it? Comes back in.
Pretty close, anything within a foot, 18 inches. There's a kind of a toucher in my eyes. He's close again.
Yeah, well played, Hamish.
Good shooting.
Solid stuff.
It's out there again.
I'm looking forward to tomorrow's post-section play. Obviously, we don't even know who's qualified yet, so I can't tell you who we will be viewing, but we'll get 2 games of post-section of the mixed pairs tomorrow from 11:30 on Sky Sport 2 and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel, and they'll be great games to watch, I'm sure. A 2-4-2 format does make for an exciting game.
Yeah, it does.
I'm pleased we don't have the walking pairs in New Zealand. It always hurts my brain when I watch the Australians.
Yeah, you played at Burnside pairs, the 2x2x2x2, and I think the first game we played this year was something like 2.5k walked.
Yeah.
You played 4 games. But certainly it was a You're a bit puffed at the end of the first day.
Yeah, I'm okay with the one off in New Zealand, but I don't think I'd cope if that was just what we played as pairs over here.
I think the three bowl pairs is coming into a lot of countries now playing. You know, back in the first World Bowls I played, in Commonwealth Games, it was 4 bowl.
4 each, eh?
Yeah, 4 each. Completely different way of playing the game. Now I think one Commonwealth Games dabbled in 2 bowl pairs. Oh, it was terrible. We played it at the Intercentre too one year.
Oh, 2 bowl pairs at Intercentre.
Yeah, yep.
I don't mean to be negative, but I'm going to sound it. I watch a lot of bowls because I find it relaxing, and I've never been able to finish a game of 2 bowl pairs. I just can't. I just watch it. I'm like, oh, you're trying to make. It's like singles, but you've made it as hard as possible.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think they played it the year leading into the Melbourne Commonwealth Games, which was the 2 bowl pairs. And the Jan and Marina Khan played in Melbourne. But yeah, what a game. 2 bowl pairs. 2 good bowls here, Jill.
Was that the year? Did Karen Murphy win the pairs in 2006? Or was it? And she played that Scottish lady who crouches down and is left-handed, Kay
Moran.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Lindsay and Karen.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Close here. Oh, good shot. Look at this. Throw a little tea towel over a lot of them here. A little toucher for Jill around the corner.
Waiting for the bowl to come back in. Look at this. Little feather first.
Good
stayed
shot.
with it. Yeah, good bowl.
Shot. Good weight.
Yeah.
You know, fraction tight, but very good weight.
And set the head lovely because movement's only ever going to really go to the 2 red bowls of Peter Shane. So it's, in theory, this is a reasonably safe shot to hold. You'd be unlucky to drop one, I think, if you were the Shane-Fraser combination.
You're just trying to get a positional bowl in here without trying too hard to get the shot. Good grass. I wonder if it's a slightly slower hand too.
I was thinking that the other end, and that would also be a good reason for it to be a straighter hand,
A little bit
wouldn't
tighter, yeah. She gets up and over on her bowl. Well, she's just underneath, but she might. Oops.
it? It's an okay effort. Up and over on, yeah, 1 roll on Jill Fraser's bowl. You sit with 3 shots. It'd be a beautiful shot to play.
Yeah.
I don't think you could get I don't think it's possible to slice the jack.
Ooh.
You'd like.
Ooh.
There's barely a bowl's gap there. So it looks safe to play, doesn't it, for Peter?
Nothing's safe.
You'd feel unlucky. You'd feel unlucky if somehow the jack went straight back to the 2 blues at 6 o'clock. Oh, a smile on the face of Peter Shane.
Holding a good one. He can make a very good 3 here. He's narrow as well.
Oh, perfect weight.
Pretty good weight, wasn't it? He just told Jill off for being narrow.
Oh, he's great. Sorry, Max. It's interesting. The Fend Oldham Bowling Club is one of the ones that looks well. Same as Burnside, we had as our headquarters. You can tell they've the paint looks reasonably fresh. Everything looks quite well kept here, doesn't it?
Yeah. And that goes back to having pride in your club. Hamish isn't bad here.
Oh, come on.
Well.
Oh, what a bowl.
Oh, he's turtled. Man, if that falls in, it's very close for shot. This changes Peter's shot now.
That's incredibly...
Wow.
I thought he had that perfectly. Peter now, you wouldn't want to play anything, would you? You go up and over on Jill's bowl. I suppose if you needed to, you back it to go past the
play
blue.
it through the two reds to Jill's other bowl.
Could even be a 3.
Look, you've got a good one. It brings it 10-9, 2 to play.
Yeah.
You know, you get it wrong here. Well, I don't think you're going to be any more than 1 down, unless the jack comes straight back to the back teal bowl. Then it's a little bit in the kaka. You got probably 4 down there. I don't think you try very hard here. The risk of it going wrong is a little bit too high, I think.
And he's on the high side. Just passing through. And so it's just the one. 9-10 the score. We're on the penultimate end here for this final game of section play at the Summerset National Mixed Pairs. And we've been treated to a great exhibition of bowls by these two already qualified teams.
See how much I took green with that one, and see when it finished?
Yeah.
Cross on the line. So it shows you how much green you're going to take.
Postmortems, eh?
Oh,
Postmortems of bowls.
It's never changed. Never changed.
Before, they wouldn't swing on that side. And now all of a sudden they can go again.
Oh, they've been swinging all day, to be fair, haven't they? Down that forehand towards the clubhouse, they've been
quite dramatically.
Quite a nice arcing green out there. Jill's pretty close.
Through the jack. Oh. As a player, you know you're slightly underneath the line. And I usually just cross my fingers and go, just hold long enough to get to it.
Just gobble it.
Get to it, please.
Yeah.
Problem is, if you've got good weight, your bowl's just, as Jill did, she had perfect weight to draw on the centre line, 8 to 10 inches behind the jack, just underneath it.
Run hard.
It's a nice bowl.
That's a good start.
Interesting, the greens are 36.6 by 36.6 metres, so that's a pretty typical size green for New Zealand. Of course, the maximum, or the international one, is 40 by 40, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a big green.
Sinuera and Nainai are the 240 metre by 40 metre ones in New Zealand.
Is the back green at Hornby? That's a pretty big one
like
too, isn't it?
39 or something ridiculous.
It's a big one.
The Hornby Domain, eh?
Yeah. Oops.
Been wondering, as I often do, for national finals, when you have a whole green to yourself, do you make the rinks wider, or do you keep it the same?
Look, I I don't know why it ever happened. It's like playing the Rugby World Cup and it gets to the final and you widen the posts. It's a different game. I don't get it.
It would have to be a different game, wouldn't it? Because you don't. It's harder to kill.
Yeah, all sorts of things change. I've never got it. I've never got why they do it. Do they make it so that there aren't as many kills? I don't know. But
maybe.
I don't understand it.
It's not something. Oh, my time at Bowls New Zealand, it's not something we've done. But every time I've spoken about the Nationals with someone, we talk about how they used to try and widen the rink for your finals.
Yep, always did.
I wonder why.
Always did. It's like making your football pitch bloody 10 metres wider and 10 metres longer. Like.
Oh, you've made your opinion nice and clear on that one, Joe.
Yeah, I just don't get it. Yeah, but
one of the quirky things we would have done, I suppose.
Love someone to send me a message if they've got a decent reason.
I can understand it for the duration of a tournament. So like for an international tournament that's broadcast or however you want to do it, I can understand going, we want them to be as wide as possible for the duration.
That's okay.
Well, Peter Shane played an exceptional bowl to pop the jack back to 2, so they're holding enough to go in front on this as we head into the final end. Repeat of his first bowl.
It's pretty similar, wasn't it? Again, might just be marginally slower down there.
I used to play with Hannah. We won our. Yeah, they were juniors when they moved up. Yeah.
I love the conversation. This is classic. Yeah, I mean, you can hear Jill and Henrietta have forgotten they're involved in a television game and are just talking about life and bowls. But the Nationals, a lot of it is about that, isn't it? You go, oh, what club are you from? Where did you start your bowls?
I mean, look at these two. The age difference between the two of them would probably be 45, 50 years. Yeah. And they're just chatting like, you know, they're friends of years gone by. So it is. It's a great sport for bringing people together.
I think and your communication. If your parents thinking, I wonder if I'm looking for a sport for my children, it teaches you to very effectively do the intergenerational communication thing, and you're very comfortable talking to people who are older than you if you play bowls, because there's just that huge range.
A little bit of respect too.
Yes.
It was just development. They haven't done the junior one just yet. They're doing that next week when Incentive's on. Yeah, they're doing that. Yeah.
Oh, they're obviously having a great time. And here we go. Back to the bowls. Down onto the shot bowl would be enough. Just half a bowl wide.
Good weight. Good weight if he landed it.
You got any choice, hey?
No, I can't really.
I mean, you can't. You're in the draw. Actually, no, use that.
Yeah.
Use that. Finish it there.
Jill might change it yet.
Yes, it's.
I always feel like if I ever make a decision before my position's played a bowl, usually it's rendered moot because they change the head on me.
Hang on a minute, I've got to play before you get to go. Have another go. The draw is definitely still round. And it is Henrietta's own till bowl, but this bowl here could make a change in the plan.
Right in front of the camera too at the moment, probably.
See what she's going to do.
Should just fly away.
Slightly under, but very good weight.
It should, yeah, you're right, Joe. We'll draw on the right of the screen, so it'll be Henrietta's forehand.
You finish inside that bowl, you've got a chance.
Yeah.
Probably better that way than her trying to play a bowl down this backhand. She hasn't played one.
Yeah, and we know it's always going to come back here. This is half it. If she's got the weight right.
Find the hole.
Oh, wow. Oh,
it's
always,
dry.
yeah, always just around that blue one.
Tells us all we need to know.
Take a little bit more green, just touch more green. Like this, you're kidding. You draw into that.
Bowl will come back onto screen shortly. There it is.
Just under.
Your weight's all over it, Henrietta.
Yeah. Just around that.
Ever so slightly.
It's more than she can shoot. Two.
Yeah, you have. Weight looked good again.
Two, yeah.
2. And so on this final end, Peter Shane and Jill Fraser have gone in front. Is it for the first time?
No.
They were in front early.
They held a 5-4, 8-4 lead.
Shows you how well I've been following this game.
But for a game that doesn't mean anything, they've certainly kept it tight.
It's been a really good battle. And both teams should feel pretty comfortable going into tomorrow, I think, on this form. They'll have to be played well against to be defeated.
And still, it's 27 ends, haven't seen a shot in anger today.
The whole day, and that's, not something you'd often associate with 2-4-2. It's usually quite an aggressive, it can be an aggressive game.
Any form, really.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't think it'll continue through.
No.
Tomorrow somehow.
No.
Looking forward to it. I think the 2-4-2 game, I've seen it played sometimes because you're playing all positions. You can sometimes get some very competent, aggressive bowlers who are having to play the first 2 bowls at lead and then the last 2 bowls. I've seen it played where you go, well, if we're 2 down, just you drive and I've got 4 bowls in the middle to try and salvage.
Yeah. But it also, I think, gives a lot of people that normally just play in the skipping role, and vice versa, an appreciation of
different areas,
what the others are going through. And, you kind of, as a skip, they may say, all you're doing is trying to draw in close, but saying and doing are 2 different things. And vice versa, your lead all of a sudden has to start playing a yard, 2 yards through a running shot, and drawing to an off-centre jack, putting in a positioning bowl. And it just changes the whole dynamic. So it makes you appreciate every position.
And as you said earlier, it's a perfect coaching tool, this 2-4-2 game, because you are literally playing every position and every shot. And that was a lovely bowl from Hamish Wilson there, trailing by 1, holding probably a 2 actually on this final end.
Not only are the juniors playing all the shots, they're having the more experienced players calling them. So they're then able to understand why the shot's being called and work out in their own head. Why is he called that? And so it's a great coaching tool.
Pete Chen from Browns Bay just gave me the statistics for the width of the rings. I was saying New Zealand domestics 3.6 metres. For the World Singles at Browns Bay in November, World Champ Singles, the rinks had to be between 4.3 and 4.8 metres. So that you could add an extra metre to the width of the ring.
Big change.
It would change the game.
Those probably back bowls are more important on a wider rink because they're just so much harder to kill.
Yeah, I'm doing my fun stuff.
Would probably be a solution if you had enough greens and you wanted to run a singles tournament and not have your respot rule. If you wanted to run an invitation singles and have it just your traditional game, you could just about go quite stupidly wide range.
Stupid wide, so you can't kill it.
Call that as a solution. So the 2 metre wouldn't come into play.
Yeah.
Instead, you'd have the strange stuff where the checks going into the
imagine the measures.
back corners. Yeah. I think she has to switch to the left of your screen.
I think so.
I'll just try to come through here now.
Yeah, you're correct. Hamish said it's a little bit slower down there, so obviously the players have picked up on well, you've picked up on what the players have been experiencing, Joe, on the sides of the rink, so that straighter hand just takes a little bit more pushing, and
again,
that's very good.
Very good information by Hamish. Awareness, lets your player know. It didn't overplay it, didn't.
You're not going to freak out about it.
A little bit slower out there. You know, just in your own mind, just get it started. Just get it started.
Lose your speed. Lose your speed. Driver here.
She's not bad either. Oh.
Good bowl, Jill Fraser.
Shot.
Might be a little bit wide this time.
No, it's all right. Here it comes.
Good shooting.
Look at this.
Look
at this.
Outstanding. Oh.
Well, I thought it was perfect.
It's still another good bowl on the head. She's close as well. Oh, wowee. Oh, it's fallen in. What a good effort.
We got one.
We got one?
Yep. You have to stay there.
Yep.
You take the green light, you did your last one, you draw in there nicely.
You know this is going to end in a tie. They're going to play an extra end.
Yeah. Just to properly do the exhibition
Surely.
for us.
Now narrow. And listen to your wide and went narrow.
Not going to do any harm.
Oh, Peter Shane was riding it a bit. Up and over.
He was invested.
Give it to him. And
Jill's told Peter's bowl what it needs to do.
Just playing to up and over Jill's bowl.
I would say so. Looks like the only shot that's on, really. And Henrietta's fourth bowl was quite handy for the Burnside team because it's obscured the Jill Fraser bowl by a little bit. Let's watch this bowl come back in.
Oh, needed a little edge.
Gave it a good chance. Well, how can you play? What's a winning bowl here?
good ball.
If it's still there on the next time, I'll see what I can do. I've taken too long to get my whatever it's called. Telestrator. We've got a telestrator now, Joe, where we can draw on the screen.
Yep.
So we'll see.
Oh, that's
So what I was going to suggest for Hamish, if he wanted to play an exhibition shot for us, is to hit that bowl so that this bowl goes that way, and then it is these three, those three blues sort of around that circle that would count, because you're just cannon off the you'd cannon off the second shot of Jill Fraser. Exhibition stuff.
Right.
I don't think I would call that.
You get the front red bowl fat and you take your own shot out.
Yeah, and drop a three. Yeah, drop a three to lose. But you get it at the exact eighth of an inch space that you need it. You could cannon it off for a 2 or 3 to win.
Here he comes. Here he comes.
Oh, Peter Shane.
What a shot. Oh, no.
No.
Oh,
Peter. He'd won.
Oh, he'd won it for 2.1 seconds.
And then it set down.
When you don't want a back toucher.
That's
wow.
That's not fair. And my shot's gone as well, so I'm not actually sure how they're getting into. What are we doing? Up and is there any way to get up and over on Henrietta's bowl? I don't know. Where's a 2 here, Joe?
The only way there's a 2 is to, and the hand is allowing it to draw right round the actual shot bowl.
On the forehand.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's if they're holding. It looked like,
well, the conversation is almost
they're like, do
down.
we have to play an extra end? I bet you there. That's what they're asking.
No, the draw's fine.
Shake hands. I'll be coming in here shortly.
There we go. They're happy with the draw.
A nice way to finish.
I think that's fair enough too.
Hey.
So we saw a...
he's going to try and play this. Draw a shot, Hamish.
Imagine if he wins it here.
Make a name for yourself.
Well, they've shaken hands on the draw, which is a fair way to finish this little exhibition match we've had here this afternoon.
You're right about that.
Good luck, Hamish. We're all watching. Find a 2.
He's playing the backhand. What's he? Oh, he's playing some sort of a shot. Oh, bit heavy.
Yeah, there we have it. Oh, well, great stuff. And congratulations to both teams. We thank them for their patience and contribution to today's broadcast. Thank you, Joe, for joining me for today's stuff. And viewers, tomorrow 11:30 we'll be back at 11:30 with coverage of post-section play from the Summerset mixed pairs. But for now, that's it from us. Sit back, relax and enjoy a couple of minutes of highlights from that last exhibition game.
someone you care about is going through a tough time, it can be hard to know what to do. Here's 10 ways you can help someone who is struggling. Listen. You might want to give advice, but most people just want to feel heard. Be there. You don't have to fix their problems or find the perfect thing to say. Just let them know you'll be there when they need you. Let them know you get it. Let them know you get why they're struggling, given what they're going through. Knowing their feelings are normal and okay can make the world of difference. Offer practical support. Ask them what you can do to take some of the pressure off. Maybe you could make them a meal or do something to help around the house. Give time. Sometimes simply being there is enough. Hug it out. When appropriate, a hug can bring so much comfort. Talk it out. Offer to be their sounding board and kōrero with them about what they're going through. Remind them how much they matter. Let them know how much you and others care and how important they are. Remind them of their strength. They might not feel strong right now, so remind them of the strength you know they have. Help find them support. Offer to help them find the right services and support they need. For more information and to try an online therapy course, go to justathought.co.nz.
Dear Diary, my move to Summerset has been quite the page-turner. Sally wants me on the croquet team, but Beth says Mahjong is where all the fun is at. I can hear Barry's choir from here. And Kenneth's passionate about getting everyone's heart rate up. But Molly and I opted to do a whole lot of nothing today. A wonderfully underrated pastime.